think we've got everybody. Are we all good? All Trustee Church, are we good? All right. All right, we have a very special meeting already. Okay, team. All right, it's 2:04 p.m. on this Tuesday, November 12th, 2024, and I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Clerk Rodriguez, can you please do us the honor of the roll call?
Yes, Madam President. Trustee Church.
Here.
Vice President Mayberry.
Here.
Trustee Nicolette.
Good afternoon.
I'm here. President Smith.
Here.
Trustee Westlake.
Here.
Trustee Woodley.
Here.
And Student Representative Annie. Madam President, we have a quorum.
We sure do, and I will take a point of privilege to also acknowledge that you have all just heard the last roll call by Clerk Joe Rodriguez. This will be his last meeting with us on this Board of Trustees because he will be taking office as a City of Sparks councilman. So we thank you so much for your service and look forward to the future you have in serving our community. And now we have a very special opening for our meeting today. And with that, I will call to open item 1.03, the presentation of the colors and the national anthem. So ladies and gentlemen, please rise, remove all hats for the presentation of our nation's colors, Pledge of Allegiance, and singing of the national anthem by Cadet First Lieutenant Lillian Gilpin from Spanish Springs High School. The colors are presented today by members of the Washoe County School District Superintendent's Elite Color Guard. The Color Guard represents all 11 comprehensive high schools in the district that have JROTC as part of their curriculum. This afternoon's Color Guard is commanded by Cadet Command Sergeant Major Asher Palmer from Reno High School and the following cadets. Cadet Major Kate Bauska from Wooster High School. Cadet Petty Officer First Class Peyton Gradillas from Damani Ranch High School. Cadet Chief Petty Officer Trevor Lambert from Damani Ranch High School. Cadet First Sergeant Evan Joshi from Spanish Springs High School. Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Michaela Brown from Reno High School. Cadet Command Sergeant Major Alan Gomez Velasquez. Cadet Major Nafisha Hossein from McQueen High School. Cadet First Lieutenant Byron Gonzalez from North Valleys High School. Cadet Colonel Kai Gutierrez from Galena High School. Cadet Corporal Corey Coombs from Reno High School. And Cadet Captain Cole Buckley from Galena High School. And so now that we have welcomed them, we will present the colors and then I will introduce our Pledge of Allegiance lead.
Present arms.
So the person I'm inviting to lead us in today's pledge is someone who embodies the commitment we have to lead with respect, learning, understanding, and inclusion. She has been a member of the Washoe County School District for many years and works actively in the space where we welcome our Native American and Indigenous students and their families into our school district. She is a member of the Duck Valley Shoshone Paiute tribe and a descendant of the Washoe tribe, Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe, and Pitt River Paiute tribe. She is incredibly important to us in her role, not just serving multiple state organizations, but also serving within our own district as our Native American Culture and Education Program Coordinator. Ms. Fawn Hunter, will you please do us the honor of leading us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright
All right, you may be seated. And while we sit, let's give another round of applause to the Superintendent's Elite Color Guard and Cadet First Lieutenant Lillian Gilpin. Incredibly impressed with our students. Thank you so much. All right, that closes item 1.03, and now we will move on to item 1.04, our land acknowledgement. Every community owes its existence and vitality to generations from around the world who contributed their hopes, dreams, and energy to making the history that led to this moment. Some were brought here against their will. Some were drawn to leave their distant homes in the hope of a better life, and some have lived on this land for more generations than can be counted. Truth and acknowledgement are critical to building mutual respect and connection across all barriers of heritage and difference. We begin this effort to acknowledge what has been buried by honoring the truth. We acknowledge that some of our educational structures are situated in the traditional homelands of the Washoe, Washoe, Numu, Northern Paiute, Niwi, Western Shoshone, and Nuwu, Southern Paiute peoples. We pay respect to their elders, past and present. These lands continue to be a gathering place for Indigenous peoples, and we recognize their deep connections to these places. We extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn in their territory. Thank you. So that closes item 1.04, and more on all those topics in just a moment because we have some wonderful guests with us here today. But we will move on now to the last item in our opening section, which is item 1.05. We are thrilled to welcome a new school police officer to our force, and I welcome up School Police Chief Tracy Moore to talk a little bit about and to have us do a ceremonial swearing in for our newest school police officer, Keith Killian.
Oh, you turn on. Thank you. Thank you, President Smith, Trustees, Superintendent Ernst. My name is Tracy Moore. I'm your Chief of School Police. And today I'd like to introduce to you our newest member of our team. This is Keith Killian. I know we traditionally have a swearing-in ceremony, but the timing was a little bit challenging between this and the board meeting trying to get him on board. So he has official swearing-in ceremony on October 24th. But I want to take an opportunity and give a little bit of background, Officer Killian. He served also, with the Veterans Day, he served 12 years in the U.S. Navy as an aircraft structure mechanic, working on the F-18 Super Hornet. He began his career in 2010 as Reserve Deputy with Story County Sheriff's Office. From there, he's been with the Pyramid Lake Tribal Police. He joined the Nevada Highway Patrol, working in the Traffic Division, an Academy field instructor, fatality investigator, and promoted to sergeant, overseeing the commercial enforcement section of the multidisciplinary investigation and reconstruction team. He's also comes to us as a certified field training officer. While with his career, he also started the autism awareness instructor and taught advanced traffic crash and stop courses at the Department of Public Safety Post Academy. In 2020, he returned to Pyramid Lake Tribe as a ranger focused on environmental and archaeological investigations, search and rescue, inland water patrol, wildlife management, and domestic animal control. He's also a certified peacekeeper, baton instructor. So he has quite a bit of training background that he brings to this department. Some of his accomplishments: he has received a life-saving award for rescuing a drowning victim at the Pyramid Lake. He has earned his intermediate, advanced, and supervisory post certificates. And like I had mentioned before, he has spearheaded the Autism Awareness Program at the Department of Public Safety. He has a education. He has a Bachelor of Science in Aeronautics, an Associate Applied Science in Criminal Justice, and he is a FAA airframe mechanic journeyman. And then I asked him if he wanted to come up here, so he's not going to give you a personal touch. I'll give you his personal touch. He's been married for 16 years. His wife is a physician assistant. He has 3 children here. Soccer is the family passion and employment choices for he came to school police to allow for that maximum family time. For Monday through Friday, he can be there for his kids and their sports. Anything else you want to throw in there? I think I covered it all. But I'd like to introduce to you Officer Keith Killian. Like I said, he joined us on October 24th.
Well, Officer Killian, it is wonderful to have you with us and to be the newest member of our school police. And now we would love to get up and to take a photo to commemorate this moment with you joining our force. Thank you. All right, that closes item 1.05 and section 1 in its entirety. And we'll go ahead and open now section 2, our consent agenda items. I do have a request from staff to remove item 2.09. So that item will come off the agenda and will come forward to this board at a future point for consideration. And I have not heard from any other colleagues about an interest in pulling any other items, nor do I see any lights on at the moment. So what I will ask, once we give her a moment, don't you worry, I'll take my time. I will ask if we have any public comment for items 2.02 to 2.08 and then 2.10 to 2.14.
John Eppolito for 2.13.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Eppolito.
Hi, I'm John Eppolito with Protect Nevada Children. You can find 1,500 of us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children. You can also find us talking about Infinite Campus and the issues with Infinite Campus at protectnevadachildren.org. I wanted to talk for just a minute about item 2.13, another $500,000 for technology and charging carts. And I don't know, we don't know what the kids are doing with these devices half the time anyway. I know teachers complain. We know one of the school board members is having trouble with his electronic device, and we would like to see Alex Woodley resign over the sexting scandal he was involved in, evidently partly during school board meetings. This is disgraceful, and he should be gone off of this school board.
Mr.
I can't believe he's still
sitting
sitting
there.
there.
I need you to stay on this agenda
And-
item.
all right,
But
I have-
absolutely for another point, but it's just, if we could just talk about the item
And
for
if
this.
I've been coming to these meetings longer than anybody here, well, except for Joe and JJ, I think. We always had initial public comments at the beginning of these meetings for the first 10 years I came to them. For the last 2 or 3 years, you guys
the
decided
public
to remove
comment
the
needs
initial
to be on
public
this
comments.
topic,
So the
Mr.
only people you
Eppolito.
get here that wait till the end of the meeting are the
Mr.
last people you
Eppolito,
want
the
to hear
public
from.
comment needs
You're
to be on
silencing the
this item.
parents, you're silencing the students,
is your
you're
last
silencing the
warning.
community. This is
Okay.
my last warning. Bye-bye.
No. Thank you, Mr. Eppolito.
Joni Hammond.
Welcome, Ms. Hammond. For which item?
2.01.
2.0, potentially, we don't really have a 2.10. So we have a 2.02.
Sorry, it should have been 2.01, the consent.
Yes.
Yes.
So, but you need to give comment on an item within consent, right? It'll help us orient so we know which item, so
Okay.
that we can pull that up. Which item on consent?
I'm talking to 2.03, 2.06, 2.08, 2.12, 2.13, and I think you pulled 2.14. My general comment is that it's easy to overlook that when we do consent items, the amount of money we're spending, and is this where we need to spend our money? There's less money coming in, there's less kids in the district. I just question some of the expenditures, and again, are you really looking at where we're spending those monies? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hammond, and I appreciate you orienting us to those things, because I will tell you that I typically pull up an item when someone's coming and talking about it, so thank you.
That's all I have.
All right, so I will bring it back to this body, and unless there's additional conversation, I'll be looking for a motion to approve item 2.02 to 2.08 and 2.10 to 2.14.
Thank you, Madam President. So moved.
All right, I have a motion by Trustee Woodley, a second by Clerk Rodriguez. Seeing no lights on for discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much, colleagues. All right, so now that closes Section 2 in its entirety, and we'll move on now to Section 3, our items for presentation, discussion, information, and/or action. And we're going to do this first part a little bit differently. So for those who normally watch us when we do our proclamations, in the past, we had gotten up to take photos after each of these items. The way that we're going to be doing it today is we're going to move through items 301, 302, and 303. We're going to welcome up all those guests and have those presentations and the proclamation. Then at that point, after item 3.03, the board will get up and take photos with all of the guests individually by their groups at that point. So there'll only be one more time where we get up to take the photos. And so on that note, we will go ahead and open item 3.01. This is the presentation of a Washoe County School District proclamation honoring National Apprenticeship Week in the Washoe County School District. This is an item for presentation and discussion only, and we are welcome to have before us Dr. Josh Hartzog, Director of CTE and Signature Academies, and Matt McKay, our CTE Coordinator. And we have some very special guests with us from the Northern Nevada Apprenticeship Coordinators Association, Tom Blodsky and Andrew Maldonado. And so we look forward to the presentation before we get to the reading of the proclamation.
All right. Thank you, President Smith. Josh Hartzog here for the record. Thank you, everyone on the board, and greetings to Superintendent Ernst. Happy Veterans Day to all of our members on the board who are veterans. There's a number of things that we are doing across the Washoe County School District to continually strengthen that bridge between our programs related to the building trades and construction industry, which is ultimately what we are here to recognize today. The only thing that I have to raise for the board this year is that we are piloting implementation of what's called the Multi-Craft Core Curriculum, which is going to be implemented across our building and construction programs, which we have across several of our high schools. And that program is ultimately going to be aimed at empowering our students with the most essential skills and knowledge that they need to take up a career pathway related to the building trades. So by the end of this year, we will be implementing that curriculum, and we hoping to have several hundred students enrolled in that program by the end of this year. But beyond that, I'm going to step out of the way and introduce you to our business and industry partners here who are here to help us recognize the proclamation recognizing National Apprenticeships Week. And I will start off with Mr. Tom Blodsky, representing our unions and the Northern Nevada Apprenticeship Coordinators Association.
Welcome, Mr. Blodsky.
Thank you, President Smith and board members. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm the president of Northern Nevada Apprenticeship Coordinators Association, and I represent all of the apprenticeships in Northern Nevada. I'm grateful to be here. Our apprenticeship is sheet metal, and we have a school on Gator Way right behind the Nugget, and it's a 12,000 square foot facility. We have computer training and lots of good things for students to learn, and it's a really good career. We also helped participate in the MC3 training, which is multi-craft core curriculum. All of our instructors went to that training as well, so we could help anybody in the school district and other areas to get into that, because I think it's important for that to happen. So I think there are pathways to college for kids, and actually we are also a pathway for an associate's degree, and so are all of our other apprenticeships. We are accredited through the International Training Institute, and we also participate with Truckee Meadows Community College to make sure that our students get associate's degree if they want the opportunity. We don't force them to do it, but we recommend that they do it because it is important to get a degree. So I have two apprentices here. One is Charlene Harris, and also Jimmy Lopez Valadez, who's going for his associate's degree right now. So, Charlene, would you like to speak? No? Okay. Would you like to say something? I would. Okay.
I've been in the local for a year now, a little bit more than a year. I joined July of 2023. Prior to that, I had a troubled past. I went on a long vacation, and I joined the union afterwards, and I never looked back. I'm going to TMCC, and they've been helping me out, and it's great. I love it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One thing that Jimmy did not mention is that his tuition is paid for by our union, so it's our members help pay for that, and it's a great thing. Charlene, the shy one over here, she worked for a non-union roofing contractor for how many years?
5 years.
For 5 years, and we actually got her credit for prior learning and advanced her into our program and got her into a second-year apprentice. So she's making the same wage and doing a really great job. So it's a really good opportunity for kids. So thank you guys for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. We're so proud of the work.
So after I finish my apprenticeship, I will be attending TMCC to get my associate's degree in project management.
Thank you, and congratulations. What I love about what you've shared, yes, absolutely. What I love about what you've shared is that there is such a misconception about the different pathways that a student or a person can take in life. And I talk openly, and I am so glad to hear in both of your lived experiences the additional education, and whether that's learning done through the apprenticeship programs, it could also be with higher education institutions or a blend of both, but it's the learning that continues. And so thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you.
And so I think now today's proclamation will be read by Vice President Adam Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for being here. Congratulations on your success and your continued education endeavors. Good to see you, sir. I'm proud to read this proclamation, whereas 2024 marks the 10th anniversary of National Apprentice Week as a means of raising awareness of the vital role apprenticeships provide in creating opportunities for people to earn while they learn and preparing a pathway to good quality jobs and well-paying careers in Washoe County and across the nation. And whereas apprenticeship programs enable employers to develop and train their future workforce while offering career seekers affordable paths to secure high-paying jobs. And whereas the Washoe County School District recognizes the role of apprenticeships in expanding our workforce that are inclusive of individuals who have been historically underserved, marginalized, and adversely affected by persistent poverty and inequality, thus providing a path for all qualified individuals, including women, youth, people of color, and individuals with disabilities, to become apprentices and contribute to America's numerous industries. And whereas the district also recognizes that apprenticeships are a key strategy to improving job quality and creating access to good-paying, family-sustaining jobs for all, starting with our recent high school graduates, while addressing some of our nation's pressing workforce challenges, such as rebuilding our country's infrastructure, addressing critical supply chain demands, supporting a clean energy workforce, modernizing our cybersecurity response, and responding to care economy issues. Now, therefore, I, Mr. Joe Ernst, the Superintendent of Washoe County School District, do hereby proclaim November 17th through 23rd, 2024 as Apprenticeship Week in the Washoe County School District, and urge our students and families to look for opportunities that will best serve their futures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and so like I said, we will get up to take a photo after the third item, but don't go too far because you're going to be in the photo too. All righty, that closes item 3.01, and we'll move on now to item 3.02. This is the presentation on a Washoe County School District proclamation honoring Veterans Day. In the Washoe County School District, this is also an item for presentation and discussion only. And we welcome Chief Human Resources Officer Doug Owen, who will be sharing some of the special guests out in the audience for this item. And these special guests are representatives from some of our employee associations who are veterans, including from the WEA, Gilbert Lenz, from the WSPOA, Wixapoa, Jeff Horeca, and from the WESPA, we have Ignacio Chavez.
And if they're in the audience, they can come up, of course. Yeah, thank you. It is truly an honor to be able to be up here and speaking about this topic today. A heartfelt welcome to all of our veterans and anybody who is affected or family member of a veteran. So thank you for being in attendance. Board of Trustees, Superintendent Ernst, Doug Owen for the record. Truly, veterans don't just stop their service when they leave their service in the military. Many of them continue on through education. We have hundreds of veterans employed in the school district, and they bring valuable perspectives, diverse ideas. They bring quite a few different components to their roles in the school district, being employed at over half of our schools, including in our administration. We recognize that as a school district, and we aim to recruit those individuals and retain them. Part of that is we partner with several different programs that exist in the area. We go out to recruitment fairs at Fallon Naval Air Station, Nellis Air Force Base, as well as we serve on different things like the Patriots to Education Northern Nevada Coalition. We work with wounded warriors, as well as we oftentimes go and speak to groups of veterans about what they can do to further their service to their community. We like to highlight when they do, and certainly the individuals behind me do every single day. I was just up at North Valleys talking to Tomas about the wonderful impact that we have up there. So we truly do appreciate that. And we should not only forget that we don't honor them just on Veterans Day, but we should honor them year-round. They bring exceptional value to our community, and we thank them for their service. So if you wanted to say anything, I'll leave that to you. Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. Gilbert Lenz from North Valleys High School. What I wanted to say is I've served in the Nevada National Guard for 25 years, and I've been a teacher for over 15 years of that, and I really appreciate the quality of employer that Washoe County School District has been, especially in the last 10 years of my time in both services. So thank you for the support that we have as guardsmen from the school board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lenz.
No, you're good? Okay, thank you.
All right, well, while we have our guests up, we're also incredibly lucky on this board to have tremendous representation from the armed forces sitting on this side of the dais. And so for reading the proclamation, we will have Trustees Clerk Rodriguez and Trustees Church and Woodley reading the proclamation today on behalf of Superintendent Joe Ernst.
Thank you, Madam President. Whereas on November 11th each year, our nation comes together to honor and celebrate the bravery, dedication, and patriotism of Americans' veterans, those individuals who have served with valor and loyalty in the United States Armed Forces. And whereas Congress passed a concurrent resolution on June 4th, 1928, calling for observance of November 11th with the appropriate ceremonies, and later provided an act provided May 13th, 1938, that the 11th of November be a legal holiday known as Armistice Day in honor of the anniversary of the end of World War I.
Whereas, in order to expand the significance of that commemoration, and in order that a grateful nation might pay appropriate homage to the veterans of all its wars who have contributed so much to the preservation of this nation, the Congress, by act approved June 1st, 1954, changed the name of the holiday to Veterans Day. And whereas the Washoe County School District recognizes 2024 Veterans Day theme of a legacy of loyalty and service, speaks to the dedication of all veterans and their role in shaping the country's future. Whereas we recognize the contributions of veterans that extend beyond military service as they enrich our communities through their leadership, resilience, and service in countless roles. And
Whereas hundreds who have served in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard are currently employed throughout the Washoe County School District as principals, administrators, teachers, police officers, bus drivers, and various other positions. Now, therefore, I, on behalf of Joe Ernst, Superintendent of the Washoe County School District, do hereby proclaim November 11, 2024, as a day to honor of all past and present members of the United States Armed Forces. We encourage all students, staff, and community members to take time to recognize and thank veterans for their invaluable contributions to our nation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And remember, don't go far because we'll be taking that photo. All right, that closes item 3.02 and now brings us to item 3.03, the presentation of a Washoe County School District proclamation recognizing November 2024 as Native American Heritage Month in the Washoe County School District. This is an item for presentation and discussion only. And we heard her lead us in the pledge earlier. We have Fawn Hunter, our Native American Culture and Education Program Coordinator. Ms. Hunter, I hope you didn't mind my surprise earlier with that. And we have some very special guests with us today, members of our WCSD Native American Culture and Parent Advisory Committee, including Chairwoman Terry Larson, Vice Chairman Ryan Rogers, Stacy Burns, Martin Hefner, Harrison Eben, and Budiet Salway.
Good afternoon, Board. I'd like to thank the Board of Trustees for honoring and recognizing November as our Native American Heritage Month. I also want to acknowledge the lands, as you do the land acknowledgement, acknowledging all of our Great Basin tribes here in the state of Nevada and all of the contributions that our tribal chairmen have had in this. Coming forward in our tribal chairmen and our leadership in our sovereign nations is Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California, Reno Sparks Indian Colony, and Pyramid Lake Paiute tribes, which they have presented at the board previously. And I thank their advocacy for their students and families that attend Washoe County School District. I also want to honor and thank Reno Sparks Indian Colony and Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe for their ongoing collaboration with our department, Washoe County School District Board of Trustees, in the revitalization of the Numa language in our school district and our cultural and our practices within the school district. And as you'll learn later, the new grant that we received for one of our schools. I'd also like to acknowledge and celebrate our Native American Culture and Education program in the Washoe County School District as it has grown drastically. We have today with us our Native American Community Project Grant, which is, we have with us Denise Miles, Naomi, Heather, Monica, and Delina. We also have Ryan Rogers as one of our parents here today, and we have Grace with our language program today. I'd like to thank all of them for their dedication within the program and all of you here today with us in supporting our program. I'll see if any of them want to say anything too.
Good afternoon, Pijat Davino. I'm one of the Paiute language teachers here for the Washoe County School District at Reed High School and also over at Spanish Springs. And I'd like to say thank you for recognizing and acknowledging, you know, our languages, our Great Basin languages. It's very much appreciated. And I just want to say thanks and very grateful. Bijat Yuma.
Thank you very much. We're very grateful for you. All right. Well, on that note, we also have a proclamation for this month that will be read by Trustee Jeff Church.
Thank you. I'm honored to be selected to read this. Whereas Washoe County School District is committed to celebrating and affirming every student by name, strength, and need, and providing culturally sustaining environmental environments where the diverse student population can learn and thrive. And whereas the Washoe County School District includes more than 2,500 students who either self-identify as Native American or are directly certified as tribal affiliated, representing 90 tribes and nations within our district community. And whereas during National Native American Heritage Month, we celebrate the indigenous peoples past, present, and rededicate ourselves to honoring tribal sovereignty, promoting tribal self-determination, and working in collaboration with the local tribes to see our students successfully graduate. And whereas our Native American Culture and Education Program works with our local sovereign nations, including the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California, the Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe, and the Reno Sparks Indian Colony, and partners with families both directly and through our Parent Advisory Committee to ensure that our Native American students have culturally enriching and sustaining supplemental programs and services. Now, therefore, on behalf of Joe Ernst, Superintendent of the Washoe County School District, do hereby proclaim November 2024 as Native American Heritage Month in the Washoe County School District, and commend the Native American Education Department and Parent Advisory Committee for their work to create opportunities for students to connect to their heritage and succeed academically. I urge everyone to join the school district community in celebrating the histories, cultures, and contributions of Native American communities whose ancestors are the original indigenous inhabitants of what is now the state of Nevada.
All right, and now we're going to get up and take photos with all three of our groups. Alrighty, folks, that closes item 3.03 and now brings us on to item 3.04. This is the presentation and discussion of Native Culture and Education Program to include a public hearing on information pertaining to Title VI, Native Youth Community Project Grant, NYCP, Native American Language Grant, NAL, and Native Education Parent Advisory Committee Strategic Goals. This is an item for presentation and discussion only. And we welcome in front of us Fawn Hunter, our Native American Culture and Education Program Coordinator. And then we also have Denise Miles, our Native Youth Community Project Coordinator, and Ryan Rogers, Vice President of the WCSD Native Education Parent Advisory Committee. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Okay, thank you. And first, before we start off, I want to thank again the Board of Trustees. As we've been advocating and talking, as I mentioned, the chairmans came before you and presented. It's really moving funds around and advocating for this position, the Native American Culture and Education position, to be in general fund. So I definitely appreciate that. Our families appreciate that. And that's where the presentation will go into where funds are currently spent and what we're doing. So again, thank you. I want to first talk about our 506. So our 506 forms are an OBM form, a federal form, and I did pass it out because I don't think we've ever shared that before. It is a federal form that our parents and families have to fill out we have, as we mentioned before, we have so many tribes that are self-identified, and then we have those that have identified with their identification card and their tribal enrollment, which is through the federal forms. And with those federal documents, that's what we show here is the 506 forms. That's how we receive the funding through the Office of Indian Education, is through our federal 506 forms. With that, we have, it shows in there how many students, and it fluctuates. These are on count days. So count days are the same days that we all report for how many students are in the district within that time. Within these count days, our 506 number may fluctuate throughout the year, how many come and go within our programs. With that, in our count day and our populations, this also shares with you all our separation by groups and how many of our students with a 506 form are in these subpopulations. Again, these are identified Native Americans that carry a federal 506 form saying that they have actual documentation that they're with the tribes that the federal government has designed to show how we're documented. The non-506 forms are all self-identified Native Americans that can self-identify through the district when they enroll in the school. And that's the difference between the two when it shows our subpopulations. With this, our Title VI federal grant that we receive, we put into our Paiute language classes and revitalization of the language. This comes from our Parent Advisory Committee as they kind of steer where they want to put funds, how they want to support our students in the district. So with that, it's our Paiute language classes, and it shows here in our enrollment. Our enrollment is steadily going up. We have changed schools as well. So in the past, we were at North Valleys, and we have changed schools to Worcester High School. So our numbers have increased there, and our population increased within students wanting to take the course that are within our 506 program, and then students also that are not 506 students. They can be any student within the district that wants to take the Paiute language class. And we fund that class through that program specifically. And with that, it also increased the budget. When I was removed, we were able to hire another teacher, and that's how we were able to bring on Worcester and allow other activities within the program. That moves me to initiatives that we have within the Paiute Title VI and other within our main program. We have the Paiute Language Bowl. We have this annually within our school district. We have this between the 3 schools, and we also invite our surrounding communities that have tried to revitalize their language as well, which would be Yerington, who brought home the trophy last year, and then also McDermott, and we also have Pyramid Lake High School sometimes joining us as well in our surrounding communities. We also have our Readers program where we partner with our Title IV program that do home visits. We provide them with reading books, but we provide some of the Native American author books for those homes within the families that are requesting certain books within our program. Academic supports, we offer mentoring within the schools, middle school to high school, and that's our NYCP project that we have. And we also have our Indian Education Advisory Committee that we are a part of. I chair that through the state of Nevada, and we hear the needs that all of our districts and all of our parents are talking about, and how we support our Native American students within our great state of Nevada. And then also within our district, we talk about how we are doing in our district and what type of grants we're providing. That leads me into one of our grants that we receive, our Native Youth Community Project Grant through the Office of Indian Education, and I'll let Denise talk about that.
So the Native Youth Community Project just entered its third year of our 5-year grant cycle. So this data represents last school year, our first full year in the grant. So 98% of our students with 506 forms in middle and high schools were seen at least once by one of our tribal youth advocacy specialists. We have about 450 students with a 506 form in every middle and high school in the district. We made over 7,000 contacts with those students last year, the vast majority of them providing them resources in the community, doing academic supports. And then we took students on college trips, both in-state and out-of-state, to technical schools, to four-year universities, and 77 of our students were able to attend those trips as well. And then these are our graduation rates. So in 2023, you can see is 58.9%, and then last year we moved up to 68.7%. So we're starting to see the impact of our grant and the great work our tribal youth advocacy specialists are doing for our students.
And that basically shows where you see the difference of the 506 numbers. The class of 2022, that 80% of graduation rate was our Native American. Within our program, that was our graduation rate. But we knew the decline of the internet access we were having trouble with and everything in between. We saw the decline, and that's why we had a great need to write for this Native Youth Community Project grant in order to raise our numbers back to where they were previously. That moves us to our next grant that we applied for recently. I want to thank our leadership within our department as well. Delisa Crane, she is amazing in helping write this grant, putting all of her efforts into this grant with myself. I also want to thank Dr. Paul Lamarca too for listening and hearing all the needs that we have within our department. We applied for the Native American Language Grant, the NAL. This is also under the Office of Indian Education. We see the need at one of our highest population schools from the community, asking surveys, what type of things would you like to see or hear? And it was really back to the culture and language, and so we wrote for the 3-year grant, and it's going to supplement language and culture within their school. So we're going to hire a teacher. This position should be open pretty soon, a curriculum teacher to help some of the curriculum writing that needs to be done in the language, converting some of it to language. We also hiring a language specialist that only speaks the Numa language to help those two work together in guiding that language units, those units that'll be identified and processed. We also we are going to hire on-call arts educational trainers. So those trainers could be artists, local singers, local anything that they know within the culture. We put that in the grant as well, so the community can also come into the school and work in the school and teach these teachings throughout pre-K to 5th grade within that school. And year one, we do have the year one a dollar amount. That's going to be getting everything off the ground, and then year two, hopefully we'll have all of our units going and the full language process within the pre-K to 5th grade. That moves us on to our Parent Advisory Committee. Our Parent Advisory Committee meets monthly, and I'll let our Vice Chair speak on that.
Thank you. Thank you all for allowing us to be here today. My name is Ryan Rogers. I'm a member of the Arrington Paiute Tribe. I'm the Dean of Students at Jesse Hall Elementary and Vice Chair of the PAC. During our last few meetings, we've gone over Native American committee or strategic plans for our Native American youth. Our plans align with the Washoe County strategic plan and meets cultural and equitable needs of Native Americans in our district. Our plans do center around language and advocacy for youth, Title VI, as well as expanded resources for those students. Our PAC is defined by ESEA, Section 614. advocate and expand unique cultural language and educational needs for Native American students. We came up with 4 goals that is in our strategic 5-year plan. Revitalize the Numu language for future generations, grow culturally responsive instruction, establish and sustain culturally responsive out-of-school time learning opportunities for Native American youth, and ensure that all Native youth are supported by tribal youth advocates in the school district, and engaging family members as well as community members. Our tribal partners, again, Pyramid Lake, Paiute Tribe, Reno Sparks Indian Colony. Each partner has a voting and ex officio member on our PAC. We meet monthly. We have an annual tribal consultation with district leadership, and our MOU with Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe for Native American Youth Community Project Grant. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is so well done. I'm going to guess that the answer is yes, but when we look at our graduation percentages, how is the team, and I'm not looking for anything individual for our families, but are we continuing the work of understanding the unique barriers that may be in place as part of our commitment to know every child by name, face, and to graduation for a future of their choosing? But how is that going?
Yes, I think it's going really well. As far as we did an internal survey when we have to turn in our end of year report, and they had definitely had great responses on our team and how they felt about our team coming in and mentoring them and shadowing them. So it not only, there was a parent survey and student survey, so they both had the same conclusion. And it's really that support that they're looking for, and someone that's tending to their grades or attendance, or actually just checking on them. So I think it's coming out better. As you see the small rise in there bringing us back up, our main goal is every student gets that attention. And like Denise had mentioned, there's so many visits or mentoring process that we take. There are a few that we are still trying to get through, working with re-engagement and other programs within our district to get our kiddos back in school. So
thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I learned a lot, and I appreciate that. Help me understand, or all of us understand, the connectivity between what you're doing with students, which is wonderful. It's a gift, I believe that. And the connectivity, the alignment with the Nevada content standards, and then how that looks on a student's transcript. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So the first part is pieces of our Paiute language are already in the world language credit. So that's already just like you're taking any other world language. So you get the same type of credit that you would in any other world language credit that you're taking. So it's pretty similar back to back. The only difference with some of our programs in legislation, they did write in a legislation where some of our elders or people that speak the language can teach in the classroom as long as there's a cooperating teacher in the classroom. And that's why we need the certified teachers, because not all of our elders are certified teachers, but in the legislation of the state of Nevada, it has that written in there. So we can have that overlapping for our students and families. Another piece is the units currently that are in our that we have already. We're going to try to just mock that and put the language in those units. So, and maybe Ryan can speak to some of that in the current school and what they're doing with their culture and language within the classrooms, or during their lunchtime, right? Yes.
Thank you. Currently at our school, we have what's called a culture club, where they come in 1 day a week, and it's optional for students, and it's not limited to just Native American students. They take their own recess time, and they go in and they learn about language. They learn about any part of the culture that has to do with it on their time. And we've gotten a great response. Ms. Stacy Burns has been heading that up for us, and it's going really well. Right now we're serving grades 3 through 5. They're the ones that a little less squirrely, so to speak. We had a room full of kindergartners and first graders all together at lunchtime, and they needed to be at recess probably instead. But it's going really well, and we built that into a lot of our 4th grade, 5th grade curriculum, 3rd grade even. As they're moving forward, we're tying it into the Great Basin populations too.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being here with us today. We really appreciate it, and for taking part in all of today's ceremony. Thank you. All right, that closes item 3.04 and now continues on to item 3.05. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action to accept the annual comprehensive financial report, also known as the ACAFR, for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2024, fiscal year 2024, as recommended by the Audit Committee. This is an item for possible action. And we have with us Moran Murphy of Crow LLP, Charles Rabley of Crow LLP, and Martin Williams, our controller, who is watching from the behind. That's okay. You don't have to necessarily come up. It just means that I've introduced you, so you don't have to worry about introducing yourself. All right. And for those of you who may be following along, our Chief Financial Officer, Mark Mathers, was not able to be with us today. So we turn it over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to the board and senior management of the district about the results of the audit. My name, as was mentioned, my name is Charles Ribley. I'm a senior manager with Crow LLP, and we were engaged to conduct the financial and compliance audit of the district for the year ended June 30, 2024. With me is...
Hi, I'm Moran Murphy. I'm the manager on the job. I'm happy to be here again to present the results.
Good.
Okay, so just to go over the auditor's responsibilities, we are responsible for expressing an opinion on the district's financial statements and their federal compliance. We also evaluate the risk of material misstatement and their internal controls, and we do all of this by taking a risk-based audit approach. As far as the audit timeline, it's really a continuous process. We break it up into two big phases. So phase one, in the May and June timeframe, we focus on internal controls and federal compliance. And then our year end, or phase two, is sort of September, October timeframe, where we'll do more of the actual, testing of the line of the account balances and revenue and expenditures, things like that. And then, of course, we finish up with the final report here. Okay, the district is responsible for preparing their own financial statements, and they are also responsible for making sure they are compliant with the federal and Nevada requirements. They're also responsible for maintaining and establishing their internal controls to help develop the financial statements and, again, complying with GAAP and those sorts of things. Oops. As far as accounting standards go, there were no new standards this year that had a material impact to the district. There was GASB 100 this year, which requires us to show a change in major funds. So on page 23 of the report, you'll see sort of these empty columns that show funds that were major last year that are no longer major this year. So again, no impact to the numbers. It just looks a little bit different this year.
Yeah, it's really there to help crosswalk from what you might have seen as the total fund balances by each of the major funds of the district in the prior year versus what those major funds are in the current year. The Accounting Standards Board, she mentioned the term GASB, the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, was influential in, put that accounting standard out for all governments to implement. So you're really just lining up with what every other government in the United States is doing as a result of that new standard.
Yep. And then happy to report that there were no corrected or uncorrected misstatements. So those are things that could be immaterial that they would pass on, things like that. So none of those to report.
So from here, some of the other required things that we need to discuss with you as the governing board is whether or not we had any difficulties with management, if we had disagreements on accounting for something included in the financial statements or in your compliance reporting. We knew or became aware of consultations with other accountants, then we'd make you all aware of that. A consultation with another accountant would be if we gave a perspective on how to account for something and management went to another accounting firm to seek a different perspective on that, looking for the other term is opinion shopping. So we have no concerns with either of those items. And really just overall, there's no adverse events that require your attention. And I should I meant to mention this at the top. We did also have the opportunity to meet with the audit committee last week and go over this in more detail as well and answer questions from that group in that meeting. Okay, Moran mentioned that we also not only are auditing the financial statements of the district, but we're auditing compliance with federal requirements. So as a governmental entity spending more than $750,000 of federal grants and entitlements, you're subject to what they call a uniform guidance audit, federal compliance audit. The federal government tells us what to pick for auditing each year on a rotational basis and risk-based approach. This particular fiscal year for 23-24, we had 3 major programs or groups of programs that we audited that are listed on this table. So the CSLFR, or Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, the Education Stabilization Fund, or ESF, and the Emergency Connectivity Fund. So those were 3 based on the dollar amount, whether or not they had been tested in the past or how long it had been tested, and then the risk thresholds that are dictated by the federal government. We were required to identify those as audited programs and had no findings to report out. I'm sure you jumped to the back of the ACFR and looked at that findings section and saw that it was blank when that's what you're looking for. So what that results in is, as we kind of alluded here, is on the financial statement opinion, we gave what's called an unmodified opinion, and as well as this federal compliance. And so unmodified is the highest level of assurance that you're looking to or can achieve out of a financial or compliance audit. So that's where you want to be, is unmodified, and we were able to be able to issue that unmodified opinion for this fiscal year. Thanks to management and their efforts to pull together the documents that we needed for the audit.
So on that, I'm going to jump in. Mm-hmm. For a budget of our size and the notorious complexities of education funding reporting, this is amazing work. To come out with an unmodified, no material findings, I believe that this is really remarkable. You, of course, have experience in overseeing many organizations. Can you talk a little bit about what goes into the kind of work to achieve a result like this? Because, sure, we do very fairly hear from the public, how is the money spent? And while your review does not look into where the money is going, you're looking at the fiduciary responsibility in the audit and in the accounting.
Yeah, so I think what it boils down to is internal controls. And so what controls you have in place, how they're documented, and how they're applied consistently or not. So you have some counterparts in other parts of the country and other parts of the state that may not have those clean issued financial statements without findings, because sometimes those mistakes happen in financial reporting, and because we're all human, we make mistakes. And so, in times if the internal controls and the documentation of those controls are not applied consistently, you can see findings that will result. So errors in the numbers that come out of the financial statements, whether it be at the individual fund level or at the government-wide level. And so as you mentioned, our responsibility and the level that we audit, we opine upon each major fund and the government as a whole. And what we're looking at is whether or not those numbers that are presented in those financial statements, are they real? Are they recorded in the correct period? And are they valued correctly? And so all those internal controls that come together, depending on the line item in the financial statements, are critical to be able to report whether they're in the right period or for the right amount or for the right value applied to it. So what I can say is that in some of the experiences that we've had is that we have internal control issues that would result in findings or adjustments that we have to record in the financial statements. Thankful to say we did not have any adjustments or internal control issues in that evaluation for Washoe County School District. So does that answer your question?
I guess while we're on that line, could you comment on OPEBs and if you looked at that and what you found in looking at it?
Yeah, so the other post-employment benefit liability and your pension liability are actuarially determined. So they are an estimate that is determined based on a third party. I guess you can say in one sense or another, for any government that has an OPEB liability, you're looking into the crystal ball a little bit to see who do you have as potential or known employees to receive these benefits. So we look at the assumptions that the actuaries have made, whether it's at the individual district level for the OPEB or for the state's pension level, to understand those assumptions and make sure those are reasonable in the circumstances that your pensions or OPEB have.
And we're pretty consistent with where we should be. I noticed we increased a little bit, but I guess that's basically inflationary.
Yeah, so there's some changes that occur from year to year because it's a mix of not only the liability itself, but the assets that are held to pay for that liability. So you've got your total, in this case, OPEB liability, or that total actuarially determined obligation, and then you've got your assets that are invested in different things by your plan, or at the state level by the pension plan. Those values go up and down. The estimates that go into those actuarial liabilities go up and down, so they will fluctuate from year to year based on that. Yeah. But to answer your question, yes, they were consistent in the application of those standards. Yes. So the next slide here that we have really just is a summary of some of the highlights for this fiscal year. If you look at the assets in total of the district at the government-wide level, capturing all of the capital assets, capturing all of your long-term debt, you've got a total assets of $2.2 billion, a net position of $90.5 billion negative, and we've sub-bulleted those other considerations of the OPEB liability and pension liability that result in that negative number. So if you were to factor out that actuarially determined liability for the OPEB and your proportionate share of the pension, your net position would be in a positive from that. And then the change in net position, so that basically your net income at the government-wide level is a $55 million increase over the prior fiscal year end. And then just parsing it out to look at the general fund only, you've got a $71 million fund balance there, an increase over the prior year of $8.4 million. And then during this fiscal year that we audited, you had $190 million of general obligation bonds that were issued for the purpose of capital improvements of the district. So, and then as we already kind of mentioned before, there was no findings to report in the financial statements of the district in the ACFR, and it was our conclusion was that you've got fairly stated financial statements in all material respects, and we had no audit adjustments. The district's ACFR was filed on time, and no compliance or concerns that need to be reported out to you at this time for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2024. So happy to take any other questions, but we do very much appreciate the time to come and speak to you and talk about the results.
Thank you. Well, seeing no lights on, first we'll go to public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board. Or do you have a question?
No, comments. I can wait.
No, feel free.
I just want to emphasize how I agree totally with the board president. This is, for us, it's standard practice because Mr. Mathers and his staff do such a wonderful job. I'm probably one of the few people in this room that read this cover to cover. I haven't read this year, I'll confess, but I look forward to it, and I read the City of Reno and some other ones, and believe me, some of the other ones are not good, and there are deficiencies and material misstatements, and we have an organization known as CLGF, which I'm sure you're aware of, that takes us to task at the state level, and I attended their last meeting by Zoom, and there's a number of agencies statewide that are subject to takeover, subject to have had committees imposed on them for not doing this stuff. So people don't realize this is not just standard practice because so many other agencies don't comply and have problems. So I just want to commend you folks for what you've done, and especially Mr. Mathers and his staff for what they've done.
Thank you. I appreciate that as well. Do we have any public comment on this item 3.05, JJ?
I have no cards for this item.
All right. Vice President Mayberry.
Y'all entertain a motion if you're up to that. Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees accept the annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2024, as recommended by the Audit Committee, and I say this sort of tongue-in-cheek, but if anybody wants to amend that motion and give the finance staff the rest of the week off, if you allow them to do that, because this is a fantastic report, so thank you.
Minus the last part, I second.
That
Although
is-
you've earned it.
Thank you so much. We have a motion by Vice President Mayberry. We have a second by Trustee Nicolette. Want to echo all the things from my colleagues. Congratulations to CFO Mathers and that whole entire finance team, and for your partnership with us too. All right, team. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you.
And hopefully this was an easier one compared to some of the presentations you might have to give. All right, team. That closes item 3.05, and we now open item 3.06. This is presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the 2024-25C Major Projects Program for construction phase funding for a new elementary school in the Silver Dollar development area of Stead for a total amount of $8,160,000 as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee. This is an item for possible action, and we have in front of us Tammy Zimmerman, our Chief Facilities Management Officer.
Thank
Welcome,
you,
Ms.
President
Zimmerman.
Smith. Thank you. I'm here to present the recommendation of the Capital Funding Protection Committee to you guys this afternoon. Start off with some history really quick. This is the first elementary school that was approved in the facility modernization to come forward for construction. We got design funding in February of 2024. We then received confirmation of construction phase funding in August of 2024 for $52.3 million. And then we put it out to bid, and we opened bids in October. Our low bid construction was for the $54 million you see there. The design has not changed since you guys saw it for construction phase funding. It has 2 additional classrooms from our Pulikitis model, and that is really to work on allowing some flexibility for special ed classrooms out there that we feel and believe they need out there for the growth that's going to come. Site work, grading, building pad is all a site adapt out there, so it's not a pad ready like we had at Jaywood or at Inskeep. So a little bit different, lots more dirt to move. And then we do have our geothermal wells because we have our ground source heat pump out there. They are a little bit deeper, as you can see, 500 feet versus 200 feet, and just a few more than Jaywood Raw. So kind of comparable, but it is deeper, and it's going to take a lot of well drillers to drill all those wells. So the funding request that we did ask for and receive approval for is for the $46.1 million for construction, and then all those professional services and FF&E totaling $52.3 million. I want you guys to know that we did have a third-party estimator on this, right? We don't just estimate this ourselves. We ask consultants who are professionals in doing this work for us. So that's how we came up with that estimate. They had the 4% escalation, all of that built into it, and the size of the school. It wasn't like they just took Pulikitis and estimated. They actually took the plans for this. So bid day, we had 4 competitive bids, right? They were all really close. So don't feel like there's an issue with the documents or the bids in that. One of them was non-responsive because they didn't sign their bid. So then we go to the next one in line, which is Clark and Sullivan on here. You can see the differences. You know, it's a difference from Jaywood to this new Stead area of about $16 million. But we accounted for all of those changes in there with that initial estimate. What we didn't see coming is an increase from our plumbing, right? We all saw the strike in August for plumbers. They received an increase. We saw a 37% increase from 2022 labor to 2024 labor for the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing trades. And that was attached in that. And those are fees and salaries that we are obligated to pay on prevailing wage jobs, which this is. Subcontractors, we didn't see a lot of subcontractors in one item because they're all out at Trick, is kind of what we've heard, right? We're fighting for those subcontractors. We actually have heard we had one subcontractor that has always bid our jobs that could not find the labor and the manpower to bid this job for us. So ground source heat pumps and the well drillers, we used to have a bidder who was a turnkey who would drill those wells, put the piping in, put them into the well house, and connect that all as a turnkey system. What we're now seeing is it took 5 subcontractor well drillers to do that one project together because of those labor shortages that we're seeing. The bid analysis, you'll see, we kind of tried to break it up by trade so we could see those differences and really dig into it and why the differences in that. Earthwork, we would expect because we have some, we have the difference in earthwork, but that was, again, was accounted for in that estimate from Cummings, who was our third-party consultant. The geothermal wells, well field we just talked about, you can see that they all start to add up and increase that, that price. So we have some options here. We have option one, which is, you know, or we have some pros and cons, requesting additional funding, right? And the pros for that is it gives us a little wiggle room up at Stead Elementary. They're kind of right up at that line. They're in portables. They need some additional classrooms to allow for those special programs. We wouldn't see the increase in escalation. Things don't get cheaper in the construction world. They just keep on moving up in price. We won't be seeing, we would, if we were to value engineer, we'll be paying for those designs to do that. So if we don't do value engineering, that's a pro, right? We're going to save that fund. And then we can apply for the tax credit for those geothermal wells, which ends up being about $300,000 we can get back and put into the energy fund. That's the first pros for that. We could place the project on hold, which is, there's a pro for that. We could save some funding in that HVAC, right? We could go back to boilers and cooling towers. But those systems, those ground source heat pump systems, save us on the general fund about $50,000 a year in energy costs. So you pay for it now to save it later. And I don't know what those energy costs are going to be in the future. So I don't have a crystal ball for that either. So we could save that by moving forward, right? And is one of the biggest goals that we do in capital projects is how can we save those funds that we pay energy and that materials and all of that when we do these. We could save by cutting off those 2 classrooms, but they're going to need them up there. The cons, right? We could redesign and re-permit. That redesign cost us funds, and re-permitting, because the code is going to change here soon, is going to cost, because we're going to have to change the design to meet that new code. So that's a cost that we think we'll be seeing in the future. Removal, you know, we talked about removal of the additional classrooms, then they'll be a little bit more squished. Paying additional costs and escalations, like I said, construction doesn't seem to get any cheaper as we move on. We'll have to, if we do that value engineering in that, we will have to delay the opening of the school, which we had set for August of 2026. So we'll have to move that out a year because we have to run on a school year calendar at that time. And then it could delay future projects in the facility modernization because we'll have to spend some time to go back and re-engineer some of these systems. So the recommendation that staff has is to recommend, as capital funding did, the additional funding for this in the amount of $8.16 million. If we go with next steps of option 1 is selected, we can construct, we can still make that opening. Again, if we do go with option 2, we'll start doing redesign and value engineering, and it will delay the school opening. So what we're asking for today is the approval of the 2024-2025 C Major Projects Program total for $8.16 million.
All right, thank you. I see a few lights on for questions, and then we'll go to public comment after we do all of our questions. Trustee Nicolette.
Oh, thank you. A couple things run through my mind. Thank you. This is, I think it's important for me to say this is not a trust issue for me. It's a trying to understand 2 things. I know that there was some deep discussion with capital funding, and not being able, I was not in attendance and I couldn't watch the video. I don't think it's up yet. I'd like to have a better handle on what their discussions were. And then number 2, what is the difference between this project and Debbie Smith project from taking a phased-in approach? And is it not even in the same wheelhouse?
So the discussion at Capital Funding Protection Committee was more about, would it delay, there were several questions from some Councilwoman Bybee, would this delay FMP projects moving forward because we have to come up with the $8 million? We have worked with the business office and CFO Mathers, and it does not delay anything. We were able to pull it out from savings of other projects so that it doesn't affect anything else. A lot of the other questions and discussions was about subcontractors, competition, delaying it would cost more. We heard from member Ivory and member Cobb. They are in the construction industry, and it's not going to get cheaper. Relying on more estimating that's more regional instead of Truckee Meadows regional instead of regional, meaning like the West Coast, from our estimators, and asking them to actually estimate it with information from our Truckee Meadows, because we are pretty special when it comes to that. We have a certain amount of resources that we can get, and that we don't see people come from Utah, LA to do our work. They have a lot of work where they're at, and they don't come here. We rely on a lot of our subcontractors that live here and work here in our community. And so we need to grow those people in order to have them.
I think it's the ideal situation when you find the right people to do the right job and they live in the community, hands down. Not totally understanding prevailing wage and how that all works. And I don't want to there be any perception I'm trying to take money out of people's pockets or impact their livelihoods. Having said that, can we in the future build in where prevailing wage would not impact the projects at such a great cost?
What we should have seen coming, and our estimators should have seen coming, was the adoption of the prevailing wage. Those are done periodically, and there's an adoption date. But when we did our estimate, it was back in June, and they weren't. But we should have had a heads up early on that we were going to be including more wages in that. So that's a miss that we have to then have our consultants in that get the next time. So yes.
Thank you for recognizing that, and it gets very complex, and I don't want to point any fingers, and I will say you brought up a very good point. The project savings along the way has been remarkable, and as we know now, very helpful, and I thank the team for that.
I'm glad Dr. Nicolette went first because she does her homework. So, and that exactly, I agree on the capital projects meeting. I wasn't privy to that, but I understand there was some robust discussion on that. In my brain, I see only two options, and maybe others can correct me. We either go for it or we just put it on hold. I don't see any middle ground of just going forward a little bit. I've been saying this for 3.75 or almost 4 years, that this bubble's got to bust, and I would respectfully disagree with the people that said it's not going to go down, because it did go down in 2009, but that was a long time ago, and that was a complete bust of the building bubble. But at some point, I keep saying it's got to be built out, and then there's got to be the staff available to do that. And I have no problem with prevailing wage. It's just, and the other thing is, and we've got a new administration coming in. We don't know what's going to happen to interest rates, but my crystal ball says they're going to go down. And that, correct me if I'm wrong, but that would affect the cost of the project. I see this project as $11 million more than the last elementary school. So correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that's what I was looking at. And that's a lot of money. But again, that I got it. Inflation, cost of wages. I mean, I'm really torn on this. I came into here thinking yes, but the more I look at it, the more I'm thinking maybe we just need to wait. So those are my comments. Based on those comments, I'd ask you to maybe opine on interest rates and the crystal ball, if you could.
So I don't have a crystal ball. I mean, we've heard for a long time that we thought we were going to soften in the market. It hasn't happened. I can't tell you when, if, so I can't really opine on that.
What are we looking at for bonding and interest rates?
That would be something that the business office and Chief Mathers would have to answer.
What would happen if we waited? If we just said, no, we're not going to do it, we'll just push it down the road?
So it could go on the shelf, or we could value, it's a determination value engineer, go on the shelf. But if we wait, these bid numbers are out there, right? Once the bid numbers are out, I've never seen anything get cheaper once they know, right? That's the problem. Is it's a process. It's an open process. We have a recommendation of award. We have to tell them what all that is. They all have that information. I don't see them ever coming back and saying, we're going to do this cheaper now, not with the numbers that are out. And those numbers are so tight when you put in the bids for 4 of them.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question and a statement. So this does go forward today. Can you refresh my memory what would be planned for the old Stead Elementary School? Like what would come of that land, that space?
So we are working on partners with that. What goes in there? There could be district offices. There could be others. There could be early childhood centers in there for us. There could be many things, and we're working with partners, local community partners, as well as ourselves to determine what those needs are. So we haven't solidified on any of that because we want to make sure that we work on what we at WCSD need first and then work on the rest. So we don't have an official answer for that at this point. We're working on it.
But something for the community.
It could be something for the community. It'll be something that we need.
Understood. And I will say I appreciate this work, and I know having the privilege of representing District C, I remember one of my first visits was actually Stead Elementary School, and frankly, it was like made in the 50s, back when Stead Airport was Air Force Base, and can literally collect full security. And I remember talking with the staff out there, and there was a lot of, there was rain and snow. And I remember asking the principal out there, like, how many injuries do our students get out here? And it was almost daily. And frankly, I do recognize that there's a need, and I've been frustrated in the past. I've been pretty vocal with the shuffling of students in the North Valleys. So this is definitely something I am 110% behind. It's been long overdue. I've been patient, and I'm glad, and I will be making a motion on this as one of my last motions for representing District C. So definitely supportive of it. I can't stress that we do need it, and I just urge that my colleagues take a serious look at this. 1950s, none of us have a car from that era. Maybe Jeff. I was going to say, I might actually stand, but so no, I can't stress enough that this is a need, and no, I remember going to that school, and frankly, there was fire code violations there. The social worker didn't even have an office, so talk about like HIPAA violations potentially. So close your ears on that. But definitely, I recognize the need and the bill that's going on there. I know Councilwoman Ebert and Commissioner representing that area have been very vocal about needing schools out that way. So I look forward to making a motion. So thank you, staff, for this work.
I'm going to go to Trustee Westlake and then Trustee Woodley and then public comment because this is an item for action, and then see if we come back here for a motion.
Okay. Thank you, President Smith. I just wanted to reinforce a couple of things, then I'm going to tackle it from another point of view. The cost is not going to go down. It's just absolutely not going to go down. And right now, we're getting the subcontractors lined up. If we dilly-dally, we could be losing some of those and waylaying the project even longer. But where I want to come from is we have a long laundry list on this FMP. It is long, it is heavy, it is a lot of work. A lot of work's gone into just this. We need to get going. We've got a lot of schools that need attention. We're getting overcrowded in a lot of schools. We have a lot of great ideas, but we've got to get going. Sometimes you just got to keep moving and putting one foot in front of the other. And if we keep pushing the brakes and waiting here and waiting, we're never going to get done. And I think the community, they said yes to WC1. They want to see this. We need to deliver. At some point, we got to start delivering here. So thank you. That was my two.
Thank you, Madam President. I think this is a pretty easy decision. As my colleague just stated, we need to move forward. When I see 4 bidders that are, I mean, they're within 1%, 2% of each other. I mean, these are real numbers. These are real numbers. There's no exaggerated differences here. So sounds to me like we have 3 right here on both sides of me that are ready for a motion.
One quick comment. A couple quick comments. Number one, I really commend Trustee Rodriguez because he does strongly advocate for his district, so good job there. And I'm not saying yes or no, but good job. And then for the record, I do have 3 1950s travel trailers, canned hams. My classic cars are 1960s, so I'll correct that record. But I think I'm prepared to vote yes.
I have no cards for this item.
All right, I'll bring it back to this dais, although for the record, I'm only going to look for one light. I will say, so I am in full support of this, and for an additional reason, and that is we ordered the projects with the facilities modernization plan based on our communities with the highest need. And I could not imagine with the investment that we've been making across this county to look at our neighbors in the North Valleys and tell them, no, we're going to make you wait. I cannot do that to their community, to those children. We are investing in every corner of Washoe County, and our neighbors in the North Valleys deserve a high quality, modern learning environment that represents the value that their children bring to our community. And on that note, Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I was going to kind of give a spiel on this, but I think I already did, and it's an honor and privilege to finally make this motion, one of my last ones. So with that being said, I move that the Board of Trustees approves the 2024-2025 C Major Projects Program in the amount of $8,160,000 for new elementary school in the Silver Dollar Development Area instead, as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee.
I second as the other representative for Stead Elementary. Thank you.
And seeing as Trustee Nicolette properly had her light on and did make that point, I will acknowledge Clerk Rodriguez as the first and also Trustee Nicolette as the second for this item. Seeing no lights on, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much. However, you will not be going far. So we roll right now and conveniently into item 3.07, the award of bid number 25-13-B-08-DA, construction of the new Stead Area Elementary School to Clark Sullivan Construction in the amount of $54,254,370. This is an item for possible action, and she has not gone far. Our Chief Facilities Management Officer, Tammy Zimmerman, and I believe also Andrea Sullivan, our Director of Procurement and Contracts, may be here as well, too.
Thank you. She couldn't make it. She's in Kentucky with her oldest at college. So if we have questions, I do have April Anderson from purchasing with me tonight. But really, this is probably the easy one. Just this bid was published on August 23rd of 2024. We had a pre-bid with all of these general contractors who signed in, and they met on September 5th to look at the project, talk about it, ask some questions, and bids were due on October 8th of 2024. And so we're asking for the award of the contract to Clark and Sullivan in the amount of $54,254,370.
All right, seeing no lights on. JJ, do we have any public comment?
I have no cards for this item.
Okay, do we have any questions or comments? All right, then I will entertain a motion.
Do you want to do it? But I get to
Clerk
second.
Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees awards bid number 25-13-B-808-DA construction of Newstead Elementary School to Clark Sullivan Construction in the amount of $54,254,370.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Clerk Rodriguez, this time seconded by Trustee Westlake. Seeing no lights on, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much, colleagues. And that closes item 3.07. So before we move on to item 3.08, this is a great natural break period, particularly because I'm excited for the conversation ahead. So we will go ahead and take a recess of about 15 minutes. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. It is 4 p.m. on this Tuesday, November 12th, 2024, and I will call back to order this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Right before the recess, we finished item 3.07, and now we will go ahead and open item 3.08. This is a presentation and discussion on progress for the Phone Away and Learn Today Action Plan proposal for managing personal electronic devices in schools and classrooms in the Washoe County School District. This is an item for presentation and discussion only, and we welcome in front of us our Deputy Superintendent, Tiffany McMaster, and our Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer, Michelle Anderson. And before you start, I want the community to know, because it has been reported a couple different ways, this is not an item for action, although it may come back for action to our next meeting in November. And the reason is because our board and Superintendent Ernst has taken a very vigorous approach to pulling in different voices as we consider what our families, our students, our staff members all want in this. And so this is another step in the path to informed potential action in the future. And so we have done this very deliberately. And now I will turn it over.
Good afternoon, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, and members of the Board of Trustees. For the record, this is Tiffany McMaster, Deputy Superintendent, and joining me here today is our Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer, Michelle Anderson. I'm honored to be here today continuing the conversation that we last engaged in during the August Board of Trustees meeting. Before continuing with this presentation, I just want to first reorient the board and the community members where we left off at the last meeting. So we discussed local, state, and national trends that had been calling for action in our schools and districts across the nation. We shared some national perspective, which included research, trends, successes, some missteps, and we talked a lot about nuances. We reviewed our existing administrative regulation 5180 that guides our current practices. We discussed our current realities in Washoe County School District, which included a review of our discipline data. We discussed mental health impacts and safety concerns. We highlighted some special circumstances, which included students on an individualized education plan, as well as students receiving services through a 504 plan. We looked at an example school. Reno High School joined us in that presentation and talked about their We Are Present challenge that they did last semester 2 of last school year. We reviewed our August professional development plan that we engaged in with our principals and other school leaders, which include a review of our administrative regulation, as well as training around best practices to help them start this school year out strong. We shared some survey data from our principals. We reviewed our Washoe County School District work to date, and then we discussed some next steps, which included some recommendations from this board in terms of moving forward with a pilot program in semester 2. Since that last meeting, we have been acting and we have been seeing some results. Our associate chiefs and our principals have been indicating that they are seeing a reduction in cell phones in the classrooms when they're walking through for instructional rounds and spending time looking at instruction. After our last Board of Trustees meeting, we established 6 goals as our next steps. First and foremost, we knew that we needed to have a robust engagement with our stakeholders, which included both anecdotal information, lots of conversations, and some survey. And we'll be sharing some of that information with you in the slides to come. Another key goal was we knew that we needed to do some updating to our administrative regulation, specifically around emergency situations and special circumstances, as we discussed. And we needed to plan for a pilot program implementation. Goal 3 was we knew we needed to develop and implement a communication plan, because any type of plan we can come up with is only as good as the process that we use to engage everybody and make sure that it's well articulated and expectations are clear in advance. The goal is to implement this pilot program for semester 2, which would
beginning January 6th of 2025. We know that when we launch a pilot program, we need to look at it closely and make sure we're taking the time to monitor that implementation and support it to the greatest extent possible. So we need to have plans for that. And then we knew at the end of the year, as in all pilot programs, we'd need to spend some time revisiting, reflecting, and possibly revising depending on how things go with our plan. So in the slides to come, we will discuss each one of these goals in more detail. I'll be pausing at the end of each goal to allow for discussion or questions. I will warn you that goal 1 is pretty substantial. This is where a large majority of the work has occurred and have a lot of information to share. So as I go through that, if you have questions or you want to jot things down, I do want to make sure that I pause at the end of goal 1 to let you ask any questions or for clarification. I begin my review of goal 1 by taking taking us back to our August Board of Trustees meeting, where we had a student by the name of Melise from Reno High School come, and she shared this quote, and I'm sharing it here on the screen because this not only reinforces our district actions, but it also reinforced the power of student voice in guiding our next steps. Melise said, "We need some way to rebuild the culture of education, to encourage students to have a desire to get off their phones and learn." So I'm going to break down a couple of things that she said there. First off, rebuild the culture of education. There is no doubt that technology and cell phones has impacted our culture, both inside and outside of school. We need to acknowledge that. The desire for students to be on their phones is strong, and students don't necessarily see how the impacts are distracting them from learning. Next, I want to refocus you on the part of her quote that says students need to have a desire to get off their phones. It needs to be more than just rules and enforcement if we're going to have kids get to the point where they have a desire to get off of their phones. There needs to be an aspect of education around healthy technology use and a development of self-management skills. That'll be key to recognizing the rebuilding of culture that Melise suggests. Lastly, Melissa's quote ends with the word learn. And I want to highlight that for you because the focus does need to be on learning. And as you will see from the future slides, this focus on learning will be a pivotal aspect that needs to be at the center of our pilot program. And the meaning behind that word will help us message and inspire the rebuilding of that culture that Melise inspires through her quote. This focus on learning begins with us here in this room when we take the time to engage with our stakeholders and learn from their feedback. Taking recommendations from this Board of Trustees in August, we conducted extensive stakeholder feedback engagement. We collected feedback from students, and families, and teachers. We also engaged with some of our community partners and our associations who have all shown support with moving forward with a pilot program implementation in semester 2. Let's dig a little bit deeper into how exactly we engage these various stakeholders. More granular details regarding these methods are going to be shared on future slides, but let's start with our engagement with our community. It began with going to our Safe and Healthy Schools Commission, October 14th. There was a presentation, discussion, and potential action. It should be noted that no action was taken from that commission, but they were in full support of a pilot program, and we're very happy to hear that we were taking the time to engage with stakeholders and get their input and bring that here to this board. We also have a great community partner, Strengthen Our Community. They are a great community partner that's dedicated to improving outcomes for children, families, and communities in all of Northern Nevada. They are happy to see that this is an area of focus for Washoe County School District and believe that addressing cell phone use in our schools is essential. Additionally, as mentioned in the August Board of Trustees meeting, Administrative Regulation 5180 was in need of updating to include special circumstances and emergency procedures. That administrative regulation is currently out for public comment, and we hope to have that finalized prior to the implementation of our pilot in January. To engage our students, we faced a little bit of a challenge because we have an annual climate survey which is currently open to our students, which concludes in December. We wanted to get some initial feedback to bring back to this board in advance. So we reached out to our Student Advisory Council on September 18 and asked that they engage in a survey. Members of the Student Advisory Council then brought that survey back to some of the sites. So representatives from our high schools had the opportunity to engage in a small student input. Our families was a little bit more of a challenge than students because their annual climate survey is not until the spring. So we knew we were going to need to do something to engage in more robust communication with families in advance and get their feedback. So from October 1st through October 18th, we sent out a short survey which was really centered around just technology use and cell phones in schools. That survey was advertised through ConnectEd messaging on our website, through social media, and various news outlets. We also wanted to engage our teachers. Teachers are included in the staff climate survey, which is out right now, which will be concluded in December. But again, we wanted to bring some sample survey data back to this board for this meeting. So we reached out to Washoe Education Association and asked that they reach out to some of their members. They were able to send out a link to a short survey so that we had representation from every building in our district between September 24th and October 4th. Lastly, we wanted to engage with our various employee associations. So through the month of October and November, through monthly meetings with our superintendent, our cell phone pilot was discussed. Before we dive into some of our survey feedback, I'd like to just take a moment to thank our Office of Accountability. They work diligently to collect and analyze feedback through the various anonymous surveys through our SurveyMonkey. Let me begin by just painting a picture of the pure volume of feedback that was collected in advance of today's presentation. As you can see, the largest amount of feedback came from our families, with almost 10,000 responses from families. I will note that did include some community members as well, but it was mostly families. For reference, our last annual climate survey that we did in the spring with our families rendered about 4,700 submissions as compared to almost 10,000 responses in this targeted survey. It is also important to note that this 10,000 surveys represents families that total almost 16,000 individual students. This is over a quarter of our student population. As you can see, there's a large representative sample from pre-K all the way through 12 in the family survey. All schools had at least one representative invited to the teacher survey. This included included all levels, but as you can see from the survey feedback, a majority of the respondents were from the middle school level. Lastly, the Student Advisory Council members that shared with the Student Advisory Councils at their school sites totaled 80 student responses. The student sample is notably smaller and only included the Student Advisory Council members. However, I want to just highlight that even though these are just high school students, these are students who have grown up in a digital era and have been elementary, middle, and high school age students, so they brought a great small sample size perspective to this conversation. As a reminder, throughout the annual climate survey that is currently open, we'll be gathering more data to inform our baseline prior to this implementation. So collection of feedback is not over.
I'd like to jump in here. So having nearly 10,000 families representing almost 16,000 students is exactly why we did the process the way we did. Our families want to be a part of this decision, and we see that crystal clear in the data. It's also why we made the decision to not just necessarily rush to action, even though we are certainly rushing to have the conversation because we know it is an important issue, but we never want to leave behind the voices of our families. And so this just goes to show how much they want to engage in this as well, too.
Thank you for that. All right, in preparation for this work, these are some initial findings on cell phone use in school. So looking at the left side of the screen, about 60% of our families feel it's an important benefit if they allow students to have cell phones at school so that they're able to contact their children during the day. Many families also responded stating that they use their child's cell phone to track their students both to and from school for safety reasons. This, anecdotally, just to give you kind of a perspective, does align with some of the national trends that we are seeing as well. There was a Pew Research study that was shared in a recent EdWeek article, and it stated that it found that parents wanted to be able to reach their children in case of emergency. This research found that of those opposed to a ban, 60% state that it was due to their desire to be able to reach their child during the day. Another national survey from the National Parent Union said that 70% of the people that opposed a ban said that the reason for that was concerns over not being able to contact their child during the day. We also see, looking still on the left side of the screen, a smaller sample of families and teachers that see additional benefits as helping students with learning, enhancing engagement with instructional materials, and improving student-to-teacher communication through cell phones. Looking over at the other side of the screen, we do see some discrepancies between student and adult perceptions, which will come up a couple of times during this presentation that I think are important to pay attention to. For example, looking at the bottom, 31% of students admit to receiving 10 or more texts during the school day. I think that many adults would say this is a concern that's distracting from learning. However, when we explicitly ask if cell phones are a major distraction in class, only about 50% of students say that they are. But it's interesting, if you look at the data further, 79% of families see that as a concern and 95% of teachers. So there's a big discrepancy between those student and adult perceptions. 97% of our teachers survey indicate that they feel that cell phones negatively impact behavior at school, but it's less than half the students that agree with that. 96% of teachers report that cell phones negatively impact personal interactions while at school, but only 36% of students agree with, 38% of students agree with that. We believe this discrepancy between these student and adult perceptions warrants our attention. We dove a little bit deeper into people's perception of access to cell phones during the school day. We specifically asked our stakeholders for feedback relative to the storage of cell phone devices and students' ability to access them during the school day. A majority of students felt it should be left up to the teacher's discretion and that cell phones should be allowed in order to engage in instruction. When you look at families and teachers, a majority feel that storage of devices should be in backpacks, pockets, storage bins, or lockers. Families do favor backpacks and pocket storage, and it should be noted that in the August presentation, I did highlight concerns from district staff over potential liability related to taking phones away and what could happen if they are lost, stolen, or broken. In the next slides, I will show just a couple of examples currently being used in Washoe County School District schools that highlight successful implementation with backpacks and successful implementation with storage bins. A majority of schools with successful implementations are finding that an off and away kind of a policy is best. As long as the phones are not seen and the focus is kept on learning, it's not an issue. When we look at the first picture that's on the left side of your screen, this is Miss Osterhag's classroom. She is a community health science teacher at Hug High School. She honors the developmental stage of high school students, knowing that they often have jobs, take public transportation, some drive to and from school, have family obligations, etc. She's made the storage of phones in her classroom positive by providing what she terms phone spa. While students focus on learning in her class, their phones get a little bit of self-care in the spa where they can be charged and even cleaned. Who wouldn't want to take advantage of an opportunity to give your phone a little bit of self-care while you focus on learning? In the pictures on the right side of the screen, Miss Mary Coatman is a social studies teacher at Clayton Middle School. She is another prime example of a teacher who really took into consideration the developmental needs of her children. She recognized that many of her students had developed unhealthy habits with their cell phones and were constantly checking notifications. She developed a system where students all hang their backpacks on hooks as they enter her room. If a student has a cell phone, they're asked to put it in their backpack. At the start of class, she reminds her students that they are putting their phones away and focusing on instruction. The phones are safely stored in their backpack, which reduces stress for the students who are trying to break unhealthy patterns of technology use. She then closes the curtain on the backpacks, physically symbolizing the commitment to putting their phones away and focusing on learning. Phones and backpacks are safely tucked away in her classroom. These are just some of many examples that you can find throughout our district. Some schools have already invested school dollars in storage bins and hook systems. There's a substantial amount of staff buy-in to these systems that are already in place. To share a little bit more data and information with you, we asked stakeholders about the benefits of limiting cell phone use. And we see consistencies around, and this is with students, families, and teachers, around the benefits including increasing student engagement, reducing bullying, improving behavior, promoting a respectful climate, and improving mental health. It should be noted, however, that we are still seeing a discrepancy with those student and adult perceptions that I mentioned earlier, and you can see that over at the graph at the right side of the screen. An overwhelming majority of adults agree that there are benefits to limiting cell phone use. However, only about half of our students agree with that. This discrepancy between student and adult perceptions warrants our attention in terms of bringing about awareness for students around negative impacts. Continuing on and moving into our data a little bit more, this slide focuses on some of the challenges with restrictions. We do see trends in the data around anxiety and unhealthy habits. This demands our attention and shows that need for intervention. We also see there's a need for a collective buy-in and some fairness aspects, as students say. They're very focused on what's fair. And lastly, there's also some concerns around consistency with implementation. Technology does have its role in enhancing learning. We know that technology is not going away. So how can we be as forward-thinking as possible and address these challenges in a way that honors our stakeholders is a big question that we need to lean into. About half of the adults seem to have concerns around students not following a limit on cell phone use, but only 28% of the students express that as a concern. When asked about worries about teachers spending too much time enforcing cell phone policies, 63% of our students say that's a concern, but interestingly enough, only 27% of teachers find that to be a concern. I had mentioned earlier some national research in an Ed Week article. I just wanted to mention a little bit of this here as well, because I'm finding a lot of similarities between some of the national research and national surveys and the survey results that we have. Some of the national surveys are saying that administrators and teachers' support for cell phone restriction is pretty high, but parents want to be able to reach their children during the day. That seems to be an overwhelming trend that keeps coming back. However, parents do agree that they want to see their children focusing on learning while they're in class. The public seems to want restrictions nationwide, but when we look closely at those nuances, going back to the other board presentation, that's where it gets a little bit messy. Nationwide, we see that only about 1/3 of adults support a full day ban. However, 70% of adults support some type of targeted restriction. Okay, I've gone over a lot of information, so I'm going to spend just a second reviewing all of Goal 1 so that you can engage in some discussion. I'm sure you have some notes. So going back to the first slide, we talked about a majority of families want to connect with their child during the day. That seemed to come up a couple of times. We also want to acknowledge that there's a discrepancy between the student and adult perceptions of cell phone use. Families and teachers favor having students keep cell phones in their backpacks, lockers, or some type of pouch. I don't have it up there. They also mentioned pockets. Students prefer teachers have discretion on cell phone use. Teacher choice is important for cell phone storage, as those examples of the cell phone spa and the backpacks behind the curtain show. Some of the benefits mentioned in stakeholder feedback included increases in academic engagement, improved mental health, and reduction in bullying. Some of the challenges mentioned by our stakeholders included increased anxiety and unhealthy habits. And all the initial data supports that this problem warrants intervention beyond just rules and policies, but education and development of healthy technology use habits. I'll pause there.
Okay. I know that my perspective is from a student's perspective, so I don't carry all the wisdom that adults do, but speaking from a student's perspective, I just have 4 notes. So my first one is, I think management skills would be really important for students to learn, management skills throughout everything, not just like phone management. But I think what is really the issue, personally, and like just talking with my peers, the issue isn't that like we don't know how to manage ourselves. And I know this is probably said so much, but like sometimes class is boring. And I feel like I am just like, okay, I have things to be doing, and I know the things that I'm thinking of doing aren't always the things everyone else is thinking of doing. Like, oh, I need to be at the board meeting later today. Other people don't have that intention. But I think if class was more engaging, I wouldn't feel that need to be like, oh, I have to get other things done. And so maybe I know we can't change how teachers are teaching, but I think that's a perspective to take into account. I also think that phones can be helpful, but if we have 97% of teachers who are in the classroom thinking phones aren't useful, then how it's a personal perspective to think that we think that they're helping us learn, but the teachers teaching us don't think they're helping us learn, and they're the ones teaching us. So I feel like taking the teacher's side on that seems a little more like, well, if they're the ones teaching us, if they don't think the phones are helping their initiative, how are we to go against that? So I think I would be with teachers on that perspective. Also, I think the phone caddies and stuff, I think they're great. And personally, I think it is the most efficient solution. But I would agree with that percentage of the data where the students think that teachers aren't going to be able to handle that, because I've seen how teachers handle, they have so many big issues, and this is such a small thing, and every day I know it would be a battle for certain teachers. And so I just think it'd be a waste of the teacher's time and of our class time to be battling the students every day of trying to make sure everyone's just taking it into account. And then, oh, well, I don't want to deal with that today. I'm not going to get into it with that student. So then sometimes, there's 5 kids not putting their phone in the caddy, and then it becomes like, okay, well, what's where do we, move and all that. I just think that's something that I was kind of wondering with the phone caddies, because I do think it is a great option. I just don't know how effective it would be realistically, at least in the high school classroom. And then lastly, The 55% of students, I think it was like 2 or 3 slides ago. I think, I'm trying to remember what I wrote this down for. The reason I think it feels like, because it was such a vast difference between students and teachers. But, and yes, that one. The students thinking that it's beneficial to students, and then the teachers and parents thinking like, oh, well, we don't, like, I think it's so different because there are the students who are like, you're taking my rights away by taking my phone. And I think that is such an intense perspective that students bring. But I think the reason students aren't fully like hopping onto this trend is because it feels like the adults just don't want us to have our phones. But I think creating that understanding that like we're here for you and we want to see you guys learn and continue to grow. And by doing that, we don't think your phones are benefiting that. I think that would help alleviate that 55% because it's not you guys against us. And I think the people that know that are the 55%. But just keeping that in mind.
Thank you, Madam President. Following along, I didn't really see, or unless I totally missed it, is there any exceptions to this rule? Like students that maybe need cell phone to monitor their whatever medical conditions and whatnot. So can you elaborate a little bit on that then?
Yes, I think that's one of the future goals is the revisions to the current admin reg. Currently, the admin reg doesn't afford for those special circumstances. However, those are some of the revisions that are currently out for public comment.
Can you give us like a little snapshot? Is there any discussions or just for the public that may have concerns about their student?
Absolutely. So we have students that have varied medical needs, often outlined in a Section 504 plan, for example. Students who have blood sugar issues and need to regularly monitor their blood sugar. And when their blood sugar gets to a dangerously low area, it'll send an alert on the phone. That alert will go to parents. So then sometimes if students aren't, paying attention to their phone or whatever, parents will, be contacting their student or whatever, like you need to go to the clinic immediately. And in those cases, they usually need an escort to the clinic at that point. So that would be one example. We also have students who use the technology through their cell phone for their individualized education plan for a variety of accommodations.
Okay. I think last question. And I guess kind of like what training would our staff have as far as enforcing this?
Yep, perfect. We actually will have a slide a little bit later, but we've already engaged our administrators and our counselors in some professional development, but there will be a plan before the implementation of the pilot program to train all of our staff prior to that implementation so that we have very clear expectations for everyone on each step and each process involved in that.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Couple of things. With anything new, there's always going to be a period of discomfort and having to get used to a new policy, new rules, new ways of doing things. So if it starts off a little bumpy, I don't think there's going to be this huge pushback 3 months into the school year that you might find in the first couple of weeks, because we do get into the groove and get into the flow of things. So I don't think this is going to be a major concern for our students or our teachers. I think where it could be a major concern, though, is if we do have the teachers decide on the cell phone use. That's not fair to their colleagues, because it really needs to be across the board, because it's not fair to little Sally and Jimmy in one class. Oh, we get to do it. Then they've got to go into the next class and then kind of restructure themselves and get recommitted. And then there could be some animosity growing to that teacher that is now saying, no, I want my kids engaged. I don't want my kids looking at their phones. That leads me to the next thing. I totally get, and I would probably say I would have been at the top of the list of the parent that would want to be able to get in touch with one of my 3 boys at any given time, because you just never know what's going to happen. But kids are going to school for a reason. And if there is a real emergency, I can almost guarantee 1,000,000% that parent is going to be able to make contact with that child. We're not going to, have a disconnect that way. But the problem is there's no filters on a phone that stop the buzzing, all of the things, the screen pop-ups and all of this. So every time that's going on, the child is distracted. It's not, oh, that buzzing's mom buzzing, I better look. Oh, that's just a pop-up or whatever. That's not how it works. And so it's more important. We've got here, some of the benefits mentioned in stakeholder feedback included increased academic engagement. I mean, isn't that what we're trying to do here, is teach kids? I mean, really. And then maybe even more importantly, improved mental health and reduction of bullying. And I know I brought up this bullying thing, and there's probably not enough studies out there, because I really, really think that if the phones are just handy, here's work phone, here's my private phone, handy right there, and Johnny ticks me off, boy, I'm going to grab my phone and I'm going to give Johnny the what for, and then I'm going to send it to 15 of my friends. Well, if I don't have access to that phone, probably going to cool down a couple of hours later, and nothing was sent, no one was engaged in this squabble. I think you have to weigh the importance here. And I think parents will come around when they see us making a difference, but we can't be tiptoeing around it. We got to hit this head on and do what's best for the kids. And that's learning, being mentally healthy, and not be picking on each other at the drop of a hat.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Vice President Mayberry, and we're just, kind of clarifying things, because we have a considerable amount of the presentation to still get through, and we're about 40 minutes in. So I'm going to go to Vice President Mayberry, and then we're going to keep going, but we're going to still have plenty of time for dialogue as well.
Thank you, Madam President. And I was going to ask you sort of the expectations of this particular agenda item, because it's not an action item. So maybe our colleagues could get a sense of we're gonna hear a presentation. Are we providing feedback after this?
Yeah, during it. So this is just like when we talked about it the first time.
Okay.
So now we have the benefit of the survey. We're hearing from staff about where the ideas are kind of centraling around, and then we're going to offer our insights based on what we're hearing, what we think, what we would like them to consider as they come back with a recommendation, which may be as soon for vote at the very next meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to try not to provide any commentary, just ask some direct questions, and so we can move on, because I agree with you. We're going long into this. Thank you very much for this conversation. Slide number 6 is what I want to go to, if we can, real quick. And Ms. McMaster, did I hear you say earlier that some of the data, at least on the staff side, is not complete yet from the surveys? Okay.
Excuse me, correct. There's currently a staff climate survey that's open and closes in December, so we will have robust staff feedback through
Good.
that.
Yeah.
This was just a small sample.
Perfect. Yeah, I'd love to see that a little bit higher. Question I have is 59% of families say it's important, very important, extremely important to be able to contact the children at school by cell phone. I'm one of those parents. I think it's important. But what does that mean? I mean, to give us some context, contacting your children during passing, right? Mm-hmm. Not during the school time. Because that could mean anything.
Right. I think there's overwhelming support for parents to want to see phones away during learning time and focus on the learning. It's other times, outside of learning, before, after school, lunchtime, those kinds of things, where they want to be able to have access to their
There's a lot of conversations, too, about emergencies, being able to contact your child in an emergency. But depending on what that emergency is, I mean, that's not always going to be possible.
Correct.
Your child could become a target.
Correct.
In some cases. I mean, it becomes a distraction. It becomes more difficult. So I do think there's a significant education component that our families need to understand. I think it's fascinating that you have the students that are sort of, on the low end, just this is kind of cold. The teachers, this is too hot, but the families are sort of kind of break the mold, even though this is a pretty significant sample size. So it's a really compelling, I think, breakdown of the perceptions from our students and adults. And one more question too. When we talk about families, we're talking about parents and guardians. We're talking about moms and dads.
So it was sent out through a Connect Ed to the guardian that's listed in Infinite Campus. However, it was also listed on there were links on social media and our website, so people could access it there as well.
Great. Well, I know there's a lot that we can talk about. I know I don't want to keep going. I mean, I toured a school on Friday, and I was in a classroom, and maybe it was because it was a 3-day holiday, but they're all, when I say nearly all on their phones, it's a fact. So we definitely need to address this. I think we're moving in the right direction, but those are my questions. I appreciate you answering.
All right, thank you for your feedback. Next goal, and I will tell you the rest of the goals, we'll go just a little bit faster. Really, goal 2 is kind of the exciting part. There's where we start to plan for the implementation. And we really thought about the power of positive advertising on young adolescents, and we thought that anytime we can have some type of recurring message that has a positive, quick, something that sticks into students' head, that would be powerful. So we came up with the tagline, phone away and learn today, because that's really what we want students doing. When they hear coming into the classroom, we put our phone away, we make a commitment to learning. When they hear that on a regular basis, that can be quite powerful. So from that, we established a pilot program objective, which is to address the negative mental health, student learning, and social emotional impacts of the misuse of technology on students. Washoe County School District will partner with our stakeholders and launch a Phone Away and Learn Today campaign and launch a pilot implementation of the revised Administrative Regulation 5810 during semester 2 of the 24-25 school year. And with that, now we get into the communication plan, and I will pass that off to Michelle Anderson.
I think that's the fun part. Thank you, Tiffany. I'll go real quick through this. So this goal is goal 3. It's really all about the communication plan, and it amplifies the work that is already being done in our schools. And it also builds on that quote that Tiffany had mentioned from the student, that it's encouraging students to have a desire to get off their phones. So the purpose of the contests were for students to use their voice and create an original video or digital poster to deliver information about the positive learning impacts when cell phones are put away and not a distraction during instruction time. We opened it up on October 3rd, and it was open to all elementary, middle, and high schools. And then it closed on close of business on this last Friday. I'm happy to report we have a little under 24 entries. And so you'll see up on the screen that winners will be announced on December 2nd. Their posters and PSAs will launch after winter break. And the winning entries will be featured at schools and on the district's website and social media. And then we will bring the winners to your trustee meeting in January so that they can be recognized. And then I know we've discussed our community partners, and we will be working with them because we know that they can help us highlight this as well. So again, the student input is essential. So you've not only got the poster contest, but we have the Student Advisory Council help to define what Phone Away and Learn Today means. And that verbiage will be used to craft messaging and announcements. Our communication plan is our Connect Ed messages, and right before we return from winter break, a Connect Ed will go out district-wide to advise families about the pilot project, if this is obviously moving forward. The verbiage, again, daily announcements, classroom reminders, quarterly announcements, collaborating with our Student and Family Supports Department, and exploring, again, community partnerships for that advertising and further promotion. And then, as Tiffany mentioned, we have to support schools. So before winter break, we would be giving a toolkit to principals that included the PSA, the daily announcements, and then social media text, because we know we have a lot of principals out there on social media, either through their schools or personalized, and so we want to make sure we have that. Oh, and the pickle on the right. It's actually a person, but it's Common Sense Media, and it's just one of the resources that's out there to how we can use device-free moments in our lives. So it's another resource that we can use, but I just thought it was kind of funny.
Moving on to goal 4. This will be the actual launch in January of 2025. Pilot program will be coined the Phone Away and Learn Today campaign. As we discussed a little bit earlier, their professional development will be a key to this, which has already begun. In the fall, administrators and counselors received training on some soft launch materials, which included some lessons that we're going to be using in the month of December to help students understand the why it's important to focus on cell phone use, why it's important to put your phone away and make a commitment to learning today. By January 6th, we will have all of our teachers engaged in professional development around the expectations of the pilot. We will also focus on some character and self-discipline development through a launch of awareness of unhealthy habits and reinforcement of district-wide collective commitments through our Phone Away and Learn Today pilot program. We will consider some options for device storage at all of our schools. We'll have some district-wide announcements that will be used for consistent reinforcement with the details of the pilot program. But prior to a fully articulated pilot program, we want feedback from this Board of Trustees and the community, so that is why we're here today.
And that is why I'm going to share this with you. Thank you for all this. I mean that sincerely, and I really appreciate that we have all put students top of mind. It's very important. On this slide here, goal 4, several things popped out to me. Number one, the collective commitment is so extremely important. I mean, and that is broad-based. That's a community-wide effort, and we know that. And then I see teacher professional development, and my question is, what about administrative assistants, bus drivers, nutrition, the list goes on and on. And we commit to a community collective endeavor. We've got to bring all of our players, important players who see students every single day, that they're I guess committed and they understand. And then lastly, I wonder about our substitute teachers. And to my fellow trustee, Colleen Westlake, if we're doing something different in every classroom, in every school, then we're going to have to work really hard to educate our substitute teachers as to what you do in this room, in this school, et cetera, et cetera. So my thought is although I definitely support not an individualized effort, but a school-wide effort so things are consistent, because I believe in self-regulation, self-management, not only for students but for adults, that we have got to have some consistency so people can rely and know what they're supposed to do and not have to relearn every time they go someplace. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to echo basically what the other trustees and our student rep said. For our student rep, she hit the nail on the head with civil disobedience. What are we going to do? It just creates this is a nightmare, and I wish I was smart enough, but I'm not the sharpest spoon in the drawer, so I don't have all the answers. Somebody got that. Like you put them in a box or whatever behind the curtain, and then one of them forgets to turn it off, and it rings. I mean, you got the exceptions for medical. What happens when a student says, HIPAA, ADA, I'm keeping my phone? I mean, this is a nightmare, and I don't have any good answers, but I just wanted to raise and echo those issues. Thanks.
All right, well, after we launch the program, we know we're going to have to support our schools with that consistent implementation, and we're going to have to monitor the pilot. So after the launch, we will be providing schools with lessons to support that shift in mindset, because we know that that doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen with one lesson. It'll happen slowly over time. That will support the self-regulation and help students understand that importance of putting their phones away and making that commitment to learning today. We will have that phone away and learn today daily announcement in all of our schools, so kids are hearing it again and again and again. In some of our secondary schools, as we pass from one class period to another, teachers can use that announcement to reset it. Welcome to class. Remember, we're making that commitment. We're going to put our phones away and learn today. And as students hear it again and again and again, it becomes ingrained in the culture. And when things become ingrained in the culture and everybody is doing it, it doesn't become a battle. When it's just, like you said, the consistency, if only one teacher is doing it or only one student's doing it, it becomes a battle. But as we reinforce that message on a continual basis, we get that collective buy-in. We'll have our support from our teachers because they want consistency also. And if we have an administrative regulation that's consistently followed in all of our schools and all of our classrooms, that will make them feel supported and valued as the professionals that they are. It keeps the focus on students reclaiming their power over their learning by making that commitment to put their phones away and learn today. That's what we ultimately want. We want our students becoming young adults that get into a job and a workforce and say, I'm making a commitment in my job to put my phone away and focus on my job. We will be collecting data throughout that semester, and we hope to come back to this board sometime in the spring, probably April or so, with some feedback on how that's going so far, to engage you in further discussion along the way. That is the whole point of a pilot program, is to constantly reflect.
And building on that, goal number 6 is to revisit that data collection, review it and analyze it. Revisions to the admin reg, is there something that we missed? Do we have to go out for public comment again? But taking a look at that. And then based on all that analysis, make recommendations to our superintendent on what next steps should be made. And then of course, we've all said it's that awareness campaign of continuing that work through the summer, through the next school year, so that it gets ingrained in everybody. And then, of course, this is a collaborative effort. We couldn't do it without everybody's perspective. And so we'd like to thank our community, our students, our family members, our teachers, and our district department who provided some great insight. I think that is a nice testament that we had that many people complete the survey. So thank you. And then we have a bunch of administrators behind me. So if Tiffany and I are unable to answer some questions, we'll call upon our experts.
Yeah, maybe before we do that as well, first a big thank you to Ms. McMaster and Ms. Anderson and to the entire team. Appreciate the comprehensive work that has been done to try to capture the full dimension of this. And you know, as a team, we grappled hard with what degree of specificity we brought forward around a recommendation. Certainly these are structures, these are ideas, and we think that there's a lot of value to what has been offered. But we also understand the board has definitely wants to have input on these. We just wanted to make a starting point, something that was tangible, so that we could work from there as opposed to keeping it real wide. And so wanted to preface that prior to everyone asking the various questions that you may have.
And Superintendent Ernst, I don't want you guys thinking I'm doing something else. My pen died. So I am typing your feedback so we can take that into consideration.
Thanks. Well, thank you. All right, this is a great conversation. So I'm going to go ahead and just dive in here. So when I think about the things I hear and that I'm hoping to see in a recommendation from the superintendent, we definitely need to see, I need to see a clear path for how families that have maybe a medical need, an IEP, a 504, a formal way for them to express that need, not just my child needs to have their phone. Like, there needs to be a legitimized way, a formalized way because I think all those needs are absolutely necessary, but we need a way to actually provide verification to that and to make sure that we meet those needs. And then if there is something that comes forward for a recommendation, as we communicate this, there needs to be an FAQ with the basic questions about why we chose it and answering the top things that are on parents' minds. I will tell you personally, I like the idea of doing a pilot program for the second semester. It gives us the opportunity to field lived experiences from all of our stakeholders and then make adjustments potentially for a more formalized plan in school year 25-26. And I'm also a proponent of the phone hotel or the phone spa. I'm completely against just don't take it out of your pocket. That's just simply not going to work. And we have to have some consistency across the board. Now, there can be some latitude, in my opinion, about how that is accomplished, but the phones need to be separated from the students, and that's just a matter of critical importance. And that brings me to my next thing, which is that there's one voice that was missing. It's very loud to me as an individual trustee, but not necessarily in the surveys, and that's our business community. So it's not just the fact that we know this is something we have to get to. We have heard loud and clear from EDON, from the Chamber of Commerce, employers are having an issue. And I'm going to go back to our promise, which is our North Star. We will know every student by name, strength, and need, so they will graduate prepared for the future they choose, and we will deliver on this promise in partnership with our families and community. We are educating kids. Reclaiming educational time is absolutely a hill worth dying on. We see it in the feedback with the surveys that the teachers want to take this on, but we are not preparing our children for the real world if there is an expectation that you must be entertained all the time. That is a huge misunderstanding about what life looks like on the other side of a diploma, or even students who work or are on a sports team or a club. So we need to really make it clear that our teachers are educators. They're not entertainers, and we don't expect them to be that. That brings me to the next thing, which is that we must have as vigorous of engagement with parents, with a parent and family-focused campaign on this. And let me tell you why. Some of our news partners, including News 4, helped promote these surveys. And I went back and I watched in real time amazing organic conversations that were happening among families, among educators online. And I'm going to read you just a few of the comments that I saw. One was, I absolutely disagree with removing my son's phone from him at school. It's my only way of tracking him. The kids are bored and unengaged. They turn to their phones. And then someone responded, who I believe was a teacher, they are engaged as soon as the phones are gone. Most kids truly cannot focus deeply on anything if their phone is near. That is what phone addiction looks like. So, and that is really what we're fundamentally getting to. And I chose that exchange very deliberately because, one, we need to perhaps educate our parents that in middle school and high school, and then the beginning of the day in elementary school, they take attendance in every single class. If you want, as a parent or guardian, to know exactly where your child is, you would know immediately if your child was tardy to any given class. So I would like to see helping parents understand that there are ways to be situationally aware of where their students are without the concern that it can only be if the phone is like physically on them. And we need our parents to help us with this because we are lying to our kids if we tell them that your parent can just go to the school and yell that this is your personal property, because you're not going to be able to do that with your boss. And there may be a spreadsheet or a presentation or some task that your employer asks you to do, and it is not going to be okay. And that's exactly why we've heard so strongly from the Chamber and from EDON that our students are coming out unaware of what that etiquette and ability to self-manage is. And that's why I like the phone hotels and the phone spas, because I do think the kids should be able to have it on them. We have to teach them how to manage this, because when they do get a diploma, they're going on into the real world. And so self-management in that way is really important. So I'd just like to say that I really want to get our parents on board. I would like to ask them to consider themselves what percentage of those 10 texts every day are coming from them, what can wait, how can they also check.
Communication with all. That means communications with our teachers, with our students, with our parents, with our community, with our business community. Consistency, communication, and then connection. We need to connect on a human level and get this interference out of our way when we're trying to do something greater. We've got to get away from the instant gratification, and I just think if we can keep those three things forward, we'll do great things with this. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam President. I'm going to be short, but I just want to express something, because I know this is something that I'm thinking. I'm sure the rest of my colleagues are feeling the same way, because when this was first brought before us by Mr. Ernst, I think there was a proposal for within a year. And the board, we responded with, no, we don't want to wait a year. We want a couple of months. As a matter of fact, we want this to start in January of the same school year. So I want to express gratitude. You guys did an amazing job. Mr. Ernst, this was amazing. We get stuff done. We really do get stuff done, because I was worried afterwards, of course. I was thinking, dang, we gave them a couple of months and they were proposing a year. Can they really do it? And you did. And it's amazing. A lot of research, a lot of outreach. I mean, this looks like state legislative type stuff. You know, you guys did an amazing job, and we really appreciate it. Thank you. And I want to just say it again. You guys get stuff done. Yeah. Thank you.
If I could just comment on that and say thank you very much for the compliment, but it was absolutely a group effort. There is not one department in this entire district that has not been working on this, so it is definitely a collective effort.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's been on the minds of everyone for sure. Question for you, then a couple comments. What is the difference? What would be the fundamental difference if we were to enact this kind of pilot program, contrast to what we're doing now? Obviously, lack of consistency would be one, right?
I think that's the big thing, is the consistency, and then the messaging to make schools, individual teachers not feel like they're alone in it. There's power in that, and having that consistent messaging district-wide that goes well beyond their school. They know it's the same message and the same rules and the same procedures no matter where you go. Like you mentioned, substitute teachers know what to expect when they're going from one place to the next. Everybody knows there's a collective commitment. I'm not naive to think it's going to be perfect on day one, but if we have everyone very clear on the expectation and the goal of where we want to head, and everyone's working together to get there, we will get there. It's hard when you're one or two or a couple people or one school trying to get there by yourself. It feels very lonely.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And this is, you have to strike a balance too here, because we can't control what happens in the home space, but we can control what happens in the class space. This is none of us had cell phones when we were going to school. I mean, this is a digital era, so we can't stop the kids from possessing phones. We just simply cannot do that. That's up to mom and dad. My view is that those phones should in fact be away from the students during class time. You know, I like the idea of the curtain or the spa. I don't like the idea of the backpack underneath the desk, because I think that's more accessible to them. I like the idea that the phone is off. You know, I like the consistency. I agree with my colleague to my right here, Trustee Nicolette, and we've talked at great length about that. So thank you for your continued effort, and look forward to look at the results.
And just to piggyback on that, that's one of the reasons why I like the phone hotels, because we hear loud and clear, and I'm not going to argue with them. If there was a tremendous emergency of some type, the feedback we hear on the pouches is that the classroom has the one magnet, and then you have an entire class of people desperately trying to open their pouch. With a scenario like that, we could assuredly tell families in an FAQ that in the event of the unlikely event of an emergency, the students would have immediate access to it. They wouldn't be with their phone, but they would have immediate access to it. So I think that there is some reasonable happy mediums with that. Superintendent Ernst?
Thanks to all. Appreciate the clarifications. This will help us bring forward a recommendation that we believe is the will of the group. And it sounds like the will of the group does not want the backpacks and phones in backpacks. We, as a staff, have done a lot of work and are really trying to move forward on this in a very constructive way. And when we bring a superintendent's recommendation forward, we want that recommendation to be what's being expressed. And so, to be clear, we hear that we are looking for phone spas and we are not looking for backpacks, because we will now take the structures of which we have provided in this presentation and narrow them to the feedback we have provided, that has been provided to us, and those are the recommendations that will come forward from our team through me via the superintendent's recommendation. So I just want to make sure that we are clear so that we can move forward to meet that endeavor.
I think that sounded like the last word. All right. Well, thank you so much for this. This was a fantastic dialogue, and I'm excited for all the voices that we've brought in. So thank you so much, colleagues. All right, team. That closes item 3.08 and section 3 in its entirety. And so what I am going to do is I'm going to pause on section 4. I see that we have some guests here for public comment, and I do not want them to have to delay any longer in sharing that with us. So I will pause on section 4 and move now to section 5 and open in its initial part 5.01. This is our public comment. And so as we begin our public comment, just as a reminder to everyone that we have our guidance up on the screen for public comment, and also a reminder that this board accepts public comment through multiple channels. You can send an email to this board, or you can come give public comment in person, but you may not do both. So just as a reminder to everyone, for those who have provided public comment in an email, we provide one opportunity for public comment in its entirety. And so we look forward to hearing from our public.
Andy Haycock.
Well, welcome, Mr. Hickok.
President Smith, Vice President Mayberry, Board, and Superintendent Ernst. I'm Andy Haycock, one of our school psychologists for the district. I wanted to bring it to the board's attention. This week is National School Psychology Week. School psychologists are integral members of the school's safety teams, mental health teams. We do much more than test. Those of you who know me personally, for the last 10 years, school safety has been a passion of mine. For the last 5 years, it has been my life. School psychologists, going back to what Trustee Westlick mentioned a few weeks ago, we are integral members of that behavioral threat assessments, where we will provide training to school administrators and school teams regarding how to identify and mitigate risks. Additionally, if there are significant high-level risks, we do complete what we call comprehensive behavioral threat assessments, which is where we'll bring more parties together: law enforcement, nursing, school police, sometimes federal employees, to really see what structures the student needs and what supports the student needs to be successful in school. For this week, we really do three things. First of all, it's a time to show gratitude towards our stakeholders. Secondly, we look at it to provide promotion for our profession. Thirdly, it's for advocacy. As we all know, many professions are facing a critical shortage. Right now we have, I believe, 44 school psychologists serving 104 schools. When that happens, a lot of our work is focused on paperwork and compliance and very little direct support for students. We do not currently have a local pipeline to prepare school psychologists for work, so if anybody wants to work, In our district, for example, their choices are either a private graduate school or going down to UNLV or going to Sacramento State. So this is just one of those areas. Trustees and community members, I would really implore you to continue to advocate for our positions. Finally, like I mentioned, gratitude. As a small thank you to you all, I did provide JJ with just a thank you for the trustees and for Superintendent Ernst. Thank you all so much. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for bringing attention to School Psychologist Week. We look forward to having you back for Mental Health Awareness Month, too.
Cliff Nellis.
Welcome, Mr. Nellis.
Thank you. I'd like to congratulate Trustee Nicoletta on her successful election. Very good job. And what I would like to talk about today is integrity and purity. The people on this board must represent persons of integrity and purity, and in particular, sexual purity. Persons who have the ability to control their sexual urges, because, you know, you guys are examples to the students. And it has come to light that one of the trustees here, I won't mention him by name, but you know who he is, has been sexting, actually, even during a meeting. One of these meetings. It's amazing. And my question for you is this. Will you be people of integrity, honor, and purity to properly discipline that person? And the only discipline that is acceptable is what the city of Reno did in letting that person go elsewhere. There was a person who ran in his office named Bev Stenham, I think got the next amount of votes. That person, I advise you guys to appoint in his place. You guys can do what you want, of course, but, you know, I think the way the community views you, because, see, if you do not do anything, that is implicit approval of that type of behavior. Right? So if you can't discipline the person on this board, how are you going to discipline 59,000 students? Good question, huh? And so I got 55 seconds. I'm going to spend that on the cell phone thing. Yeah, there's such a thing as high school students, you know, they're like young adults. And I got a phone here, right? I turn it on vibrate. There's responsibility. And yes, I agree with the young kids. Yes, it should be taken away from them, but the high school students should be taught responsibility. Turn your phone on vibrate. Don't pull it out during the class. And if you do it, you'll be penalized. And if you do it 3 times, you'll be suspended. I don't know if you guys know the meaning of that word. Yeah, you should be able to suspend students for misbehavior. And if you do that, you won't have any problems. And then what about the students' freedom of information on getting information on the internet? So.
Thank you,
yeah.
Mr. Nellis.
Charles Elliott.
Welcome, Mr. Elliott.
Good evening. Very interesting afternoon. I am kind of happy and sad. I'm very happy at the direction of our country now, finally. I think maybe we might have some sanity back. Communism may be on the way out. I have no idea. We're working towards that. Sad, though, that Nevada is still in the doles. We've got major issues here. But to this point, you folks, which I agree with the previous speaker, need to take some action. You never took any action. You're still not taking any action on pornography in the schools. We know that, and we're going to continue to fight that. And I, as a resident here, lifelong resident, being schooled in this area, as well as my kids, grandkids, and soon-to-be great-grandkids, very interested in this, that integrity and purity, our children lead by example. And what we have here, folks, is no examples. You guys do not make proper decisions. You've got a lot of great, and I appreciate the education it takes to create such reports, and a lot of you folks have gone through a lot of education, and I appreciate that. But putting that aside, there's reality and there's life. And we need to stop what we're doing. And the only way we know how to do it, as far as us locally, is we're going to keep fighting you. Okay, we're not stopping. You have the edge now. Okay, but we have God on our side, and we have communications on our side. We don't have the communist media. We don't have them, but we do have the people. This election showed that the people do have power, and we have power. And you need to get rid of the gentleman that is doing incorrect stuff while they're on the board and stuff. And you also need to check yourself still on pornography in our schools. It's not going away, and we're not going away. I plead with you to stop it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott.
Sandy Tibbet.
Welcome, Ms. Tibbet. Thank you for being with us.
First, I too want to congratulate Trustee Nicolette on retaining her seat, and to thank all the conservatives who came out and helped by voting for her. Without our vote, her seat would not have been, it would have been lost to a hand-picked candidate for the extreme left. So congratulations, Trustee Nicolette, and thank you. I appreciate you. Common sense up here, a little bit anyway. So being trustworthy, it's a choice. And just like respect, it is earned and not automatically given. Gaining trust is the hardest part of any relationship, Trustee Woodley. It is vital for a solid foundation. Once you have earned it, you must nurture it and handle it with care in order to maintain that level of unwavering trust. Trust is a fragile bond, and it's built on honesty and a loyalty shared between two people unconditionally. You give your word, you follow through with your word without doing harm to others. Once broken, it remains fractured for eternity. I pray for healing for your family, and I pray you will grow into the role model your newborn son deserves, and God knows you can be. The hypocrisy from this board is disgusting and appalling. Trustee Church would have been made to resign immediately if he was caught sexting during a school board meeting. You all would have called a special meeting to force his resignation right then and there. Former Trustee Kelly was forced to resign for his transgressions back in 2020. So why does Woodley get a pass? This is wrong. Does Woodley and Smith have a sexting relationship going on? We don't know, do we? We can't trust you. Woodley's unethical behavior is a black eye to this board and to our district. He has broken our trust and must resign immediately. And I want to end with publicly thanking Trustee Westlake for her work in getting the district and the rest of this board to acknowledge there are questionable books in our school libraries, and an opt-out form is warranted. Thank you for that. I would like to request the form be expanded, though, to include our high schools, and the form be reformatted to an opt-in form instead of an opt-out form. And Trump is a president that makes promises and keeps them. Your funding will end soon. DOE, Department of Education, is going back to the states where it belongs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tibbet.
John Eppolito.
Welcome, Mr. Eppolito.
My name is John Eppolito. Good on the cell phones. That's a good start. Don't forget, when you take away the cell phones, the kids have access to the district-issued devices, and they're doing a lot of inappropriate things on those, right up to and including hardcore pornography at the elementary school. The high school kids have been using them inappropriately for years, and the elementary school kids figured out how to watch XXX pornographic videos on Pornhub on their district-issued devices a few years ago. I think you guys fixed that for now. A few articles here with the 10,000-pound elephant in the room. Reno Gazette-Journal. Washoe School trustee Alex Woodley says he won't resign from board amid sexting scandal. Quote, Woodley sent and received dozens of sexually explicit text messages and photo on his work phone over a 2-year period, including at least one exchange during a school board meeting. That's why he's not listening to us. Church said emails sent to the board claimed that before Woodley was appointed in 2022, trustees were told about alleged problematic behavior. Church called for an investigation. If this was Jeff Church, you guys would be calling the FBI or something. You wouldn't just push it under the rug like this one. This is Reno. Former city code enforcement director was sexting on city phone before resignation. Quote, he also resigned from being on the board of the Pioneer Center. Woodley quit after city leadership discovered he had used his city-issued cell phone to send illicit texts. At least one image appears to be of male genitalia. Where's that other one? Right here. The Globe. Alex Woodley resigns from City of Reno amid allegations of sexting on city-issued device. Alex Woodley resigned on Wednesday after a discovery of salacious text messages, including photos and videos from his city-issued cell phone. The thousands of text messages were sent over a period of 2 years from Woodley to at least 2 other women. Further alleged that sexting was also conducted during school board meetings. 2017, a woman alleged that Woodley had sent unsolicited sexual pictures to her, prompting her to file a complaint. That was the Globe. Education Crusade. Alex Woodley could avoid a deserved lifelong labeling as a selfish, immoral sleazebag role model by resigning immediately. You guys need to bring back initial public comments or sometime when people can comment. The only people here are the ones you don't want to hear from. The teachers, the students, the parents. No one else can come in here and speak. Yeah,
we do appreciate hearing from you.
Fred Meyer.
Welcome, Mr. Meyer.
I don't know. It seems, thank you. Crazy. It's a new day. The sun shines a little brighter since the election. And I can't believe that today I was agreeing with you, Beth, and when you folks, anybody says something that makes sense, and you were making sense regarding the cell phones there, and I think that it's very serious. I have grandkids, a handful of them, and the cell phones are an addiction. We need to understand these kids are going to freak out, okay? And it doesn't matter who's the boss. We've given these adolescents and children way too much power for the last, 10 years, probably, maybe 15 cell phones, and it's really empowered them. And we sit back and go, well, we don't know, maybe we shouldn't. No, we got to. And you're right about business. I mean, business leaders, your husband's a commercial real estate agent, so am I. We do the same kind of business, and we see younger people coming in, and they're ill-equipped. They just can't cut it. And it's just very, very dangerous for us to let this continue the way it has. We need to be the adults in the room and say no and do it. Yes, bring on the what do you call it? All the players, those words we like to use. The parents, obviously, but parents who feel they need to contact their kid 5 times a day while they're in school, they might be part of the problem. And we take the phones away. If there's an emergency, the old days when I was in school and half these people behind me, you would call the office and they would call the kid down. Okay, that's it. It's simple. They can still get them when there's an emergency. So I don't understand all that part of it. I had so many things, and people have stolen my thunder. But I think the Woodley thing, he needs to go. This is simple. I think the case has been made. You guys know, and he knows. Let's do the right thing here for the public, and please just clean this thing up. If it were church, like they said, my gosh, oh my Lord. And thank you, Jeff, again for your service. I don't know how much longer we'll see your pretty face here, but anyway, take care of the Woodley thing, please. We'd appreciate it. I know nobody likes to pay much attention to it, but it's important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer.
Bruce Foster.
Welcome, Mr. Foster.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I too wish Trustee Nicolette congratulations on that. And I just want to start with, a lot of them already stole my thunder as well, but I just want to recognize that I'm Bruce Foster. I have 8 grandchildren. I'm worried about their future, particularly in the school system, and that's why I am here. But I want to let you know is that we the people, have a mandate. Now that President-elect Donald J. Trump is going to be taking over, and there is a video online available on how he's going to be able to fix the school system. Number one, he's going to eradicate the Department of Education. And then we need to take a look at the Department of Education of the state of Nevada. And Randy Weingartner and the ALA president, Emily Drabinski. And then there needs to be a turn of how we educate our children. And what President Trump and the people that are going to be working for him is something to that I know Trustee Church has been trying to attempt to do all these years in his position, but unfortunately that's coming to an end. Hypocrisy is running rampant within this board, and the hypocrisy is, we all know, the standards on how, for some reason, this board is protecting their own. Contrast that to Scott Kelly, who ran through the mud with his indiscretions and how it just affected his ex-wife. And I know that you've all gotten information from a lot of different angles, particularly the Pecan Press that really lays it all out. It's all about who, disparity of outcomes. How about more hypocrisy? We got a whole diatribe from Trustee Westlake on how they're going to solve all these issues with the trans issue as well as the book issue. And you sent out a document, and it's only available to the middle school. Should be high school included, and then it should be an opt-in for parents to sign. How about the other one? Wow. I think that's about it. Woodley needs to resign. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foster.
The board received emails from Megan Dettenmayer, Gail Falstich, Rachel Fogelberg, Chris Waters, Susan Howell, Jane Barnhart, E. Gurse, Craig Hill, Janet Butcher, Darla Lee, Joni Hammond, Valerie Fiannaca, Carlos Cardozo, Lynn Chapman, Reva Crump, Carol Feinberg, Susan and Ken Hansen, Lori Agnew, and George Judy.
Thank you, JJ. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and pause on continuing for Section 5 and go back to Section 4, Arts. And we'll start with item 4.01, our Student Representatives Report. Annie.
All right, thank you. I don't have too much to present on this meeting, but I did want to point out on agenda item 3.01, I really do appreciate the appreciation for apprenticeships. I think CTE is so important, and I personally want to see at least auto tech and woodshop classes in all of our high schools. I think it's such a vital thing for students who don't want to be at school necessarily to learn English and math, but I do think it gets a diverse crowd of students that don't typically appreciate school. And so I think it's great that we're recognizing that, and I know it affects a lot of students, at least in my friend group, that I know would not prefer to come to school but enjoy because of our auto tech class, and I think that's great. So I'm glad we talked about that. And in regard to student voice, I don't feel that I have much to report on since the last meeting, but we have a meeting next week, so at the next meeting I'm sure I'll be more equipped.
Thank you very much, Annie. All right, that closes item 4.01, and we'll move on now to item 4.02, our board reports. And I'm going to start off with our Vice President, Adam Mayberry, and we're going to go around this way.
Outstanding. Thank you very much. First of all, I'm not talking to Joe Rodriguez. I want to congratulate him. It's been an amazing journey. It really has been. We've been through a lot together. I didn't know you from Adam when I started when I started serving on the board. So I appreciate your friendship. You've been like a brother during this journey. This is a hard job, and it's good to have people that you can bond with and have some camaraderie with. So I wanted to make sure that I acknowledge that, Joe. I love you. God bless you. I hope you do well with the city of Sparks, truly. And to you, my friend to my right, congratulations on your successful reelection. I'm glad that you remain my wingman. So thank you. With respect to the few minutes I have left, I did have a chance to attend. Excuse me. I apologize. I had a chance to attend last month, Rise Academy. This is a picture I took. This was just before fall break. And so it was very festive, as Rise Academy, as you know, is the school for adults and for students that need a different path. And this is Principal Stephen Constantino. To my right, he's the principal, as you know. You could see the teacher. Her name is Dalia Estrada. She's also a teacher, English language teacher at Sparks High School, and she's in there. I think she's in the center there. But this was just a wonderful opportunity, an evening that I came and toured the school, became familiar with it again for the second or third time in my tenure here, and I wanted to share that very special moment with all of you. Thank you for that. Also, last week, I had a chance to visit the AACT, Academy of Arts, Careers, Technology, with Principal Jason Maddox on the right. That's a business industry teacher, Pat Hambright, in the middle. You might remember Pat from his media days several years ago, KOLO, and now he's one of our teachers. And aviation program will start there next year. As you may know, there's already 40 people on the waiting list, so that's off to a good start. And just really quickly, without getting too deep in the weeds, had some opportunities to tour other schools, to include Hug High School, had a chance to attend some of the marching band competitions at the Monty Ranch. There are a number of fall festivals that I enjoyed attending, and really salute our staff and teachers and administrators for their effort in celebrating the fall and our students. And had a chance to meet with Dr. J.T. Stark on his role with the mining the data and really developing and making predictions for our students in terms of their success. Remarkable, fascinating discussion with Dr. Stark. And I will conclude my report there. And again, Trustee Westlake and I had a chance to, and Superintendent Ernst had a chance to start Friday morning honoring our veterans at Sparks Middle School. I appreciate that opportunity as well. Thank you for indulging me, Madam President.
Sorry. So, wow, it's been very busy and very fun. And I first want to say I am aware of our school psychologists, and it is their week, and it is truly a time to celebrate. And the theme, the national theme, is Spark Discovery, which I think is extremely fitting for our group of very highly educated and caring psychologists. They really do make an impact for our students, our families, and in our community. They do affect change, and sometimes they are, to use a favorite term, a silent giant behind the scenes. They guide our children, our families, and our employees, and I want to congratulate them for being there with us. You'll see here I've got 3 slides. Thank you, JJ. I visited Incline High School and saw their new addition, which is absolutely beautiful, 3 floors. The things that they're going to be able to do, this is like the welcoming center. This is where students will, no, sorry, I back up. This is like the area where there's a little theater there on the right of the slide, and they will be able to do teacher trainings and activities and parent invitationals, so many things. And then the next slide, that's the 3rd floor. This is the 2nd floor, where these are little pods for students to work together as teams and problem solve and be with teachers and just be really innovative in their educational endeavors. And then the next photo is something I'm extremely proud of. This is Master Sergeant Tyson Nicolette. He graduated in 1998 from Reno High School and JROTC. He served for 20 years as a U.S. Marine all over the world, and he was recognized last Friday at Swope Middle School and inducted into the Swope Middle School Graduate Hall of Heroes. And my husband, Mark, of 51 years, and I were able to speak with the students because that's really what it's about. It was about Tyson, yes, and it was a very cool thing. We're very proud of him. It was about the students, and the students learning about people like Tyson James and the 99-year-old gentleman who served in the Army, and his stories, I could have listened to him all day. Oh, goodness, where does the time go? I went to many other veteran celebrations, Billinghurst, Marcy Hers. I also marched in the Veterans Parade this last Saturday alongside Reno High School, and I've attended risk management and family services department meetings, and I attended the Damani Ranch Marching Band Invitational.
Greetings. I don't really have any prepared remarks. I hadn't thought it through. I will comment that I hope there's some resolution, some way we can be responsive to all the community input and the public comments, as well as the many emails we have to put this thing to bed. We all know what I'm talking about. In a manner acceptable to everybody with no rush to judgment. I'm not the smartest spoon in the drawer, like I said, so I don't know how, but I think it's an elephant in the room that needs to be addressed, and so I hope we can do that. I recognize that God allows U-turns, and so I just pray for guidance and something that we can resolve this matter, but I don't think it can be ignored. Thank you.
Picture when I see it. This was Meet the Wonderful Women at Jerry Whitehead with Principal Denise Paul. Amazing team she has there. She's just a wonderful lady heading up that school, and I just snapped a picture of the Wonder Women. I want to thank all the veterans and for their service, and enjoyed attending Veterans Day Assembly at Sparks Middle School with Trustee Adam, Superintendent Ernst, and also, who else was there, Adam? That was it, right? Just us three. Also, I went to the Washoe County School District Honors Orchestra at the Pioneer, and one thing one of the conductors said for the 11th and 12th grade group, which I just found beautiful. She said they were communicating with notes, not words, and I thought that was absolutely beautiful. This is Principal Dutch and I, and a student over at Diedrichson with their Level Up program, where they're encouraging students to do, it's kind of almost like a video game where they level up their growth. It's just amazing. A lot of school visits. I had coffee with Principal Olivero and parents at Sun Valley Elementary School. Their input was very, very important, and I'm glad I was able to attend that. This is Welcome Trustee Westlake, and this is what I saw when I went to Marvin Moss with all the kids, their little handprints, and it made me feel so good. President Smith and I had the honor to bring lunch to our librarians at Reed High School at one of their meetings, and it was just an honor to honor them. They do so much. Trustee Adam and I at the construction career day, which again is so important for our students to have that. I read at Sun Valley Elementary School, went to adult paint night at Mendive, met with Dr. Lamarck and his team, with Trustee Nicolette regarding student family support. This is a throwback, and the reason I have this up, not to show that I was young at one time, but I will get to what I'm going to talk about. So Mina Johnson, this is student officers, 8th grade at Vaughn Middle School. Mina Johnson, myself, Brent White, and then Rick Gossi, upper left corner. I met his daughter, Delana Gossi. She is a teacher at Robert Mitchell. And when I heard her name, I said, "Are you Rick's daughter?" And she said, "Yes." And I'm like, oh my gosh, we were officers at Vaughn Middle School, and she didn't even know that. So lots more, but I'll get to it next time. Thank you. What's that? What's that?
Yeah, there's a lot of photos. That's
I
good.
know.
That's good.
I was stacking them up over the last couple of weeks.
No, that's good. That's good. So here I had the privilege of visiting Reed High School. They had their homecoming, and they were playing Reno High School. So I went, in this particular picture, I was on the Reno side. Spent some time with Reed, and I figured, let me go and spend some time with Reno. And there's Reed right there, their homecoming, and I was able to see Nishan Bajwa, who's their quarterback. He's amazing. I sat down in the first 5 minutes and I missed his touchdown pass. I mean, he was that great. And then I also visited, this is Trainer Middle School with Miss Dugan. She's doing amazing things at Trainer Middle School. She's making a lot of changes. She created this community room for the kids to have a place for them to gather and get together, and she's trying real hard to really putting a lot of effort into making it a community school and making the kids feel proud of their school. I've revisited her the very next day, and I had to play basketball in the suit. That was a little difficult, but it was fun. It was a lot of fun. This was an event at the Governor's Mansion. It was a celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month. I was invited, so I was there representing us, and it was a good event. And then here, of course, this is Derek Hughes, who received a Chief Commendation Medal, an actual medal, first medal I've seen received by a civilian for his work at Bohatch School, and he's been doing great things and opening the school to the community. He's been an asset to the district, and I just want to congratulate him, and we're very grateful for what he does. I also got to visit Major General Andre Berry, our Adjutant General, his retirement ceremony and change of command. So after so many years, he is retiring. This right here was a meal from AACT. This is braised ribs. Yes, I went there with Jason Maddock, the principal, and it was delicious. And the chefs were Abigail Rodriguez and Noah Mousni. And this was the menu. There's something up there that says a mousse boucher. I thought it was some fancy mousse, but it means chef's choice. So I learned something there. And just one thing really quick before I go into this. Abigail Rodriguez the next day gave 100 meals they took to the Eddie House from what they cooked that day. So that was amazing. So here, this is one of the trunk or treats, all of our different schools. Glenn Duncan, I'm here with Sergeant Diamond and Principal Smith. They had a great time there, all the kids. Our school police were there in numbers. Our chief was there as well. They went throughout the neighborhood. Then this was Hug High School's trunk or treat, and this was created by one of their students. I believe his name was William. This was put on by the volleyball team, JROTC, and the wrestling team. So they had at least 100 kids there that evening. So that was very successful. I think there was another photo. That's it? Okay. And I did speak to Shawnee Ashton, who was a senior class historian. She had a trunk or treat settlement as well. It was really nice. So it's amazing to see these schools doing these things, giving a safe environment for these kids, not having to go to strange homes, but rather going to our schools and visiting 20, 30 different trunks and practicing Halloween. Thank you.
I'm gonna try to get through this. So this being my last time speaking at this dais, actually right now, I want to congratulate everyone on their elections from all over, and Trustee Church, I wish you the best of your endeavors wherever that takes you next. I hope that brings you happiness and maybe more Padre games. I don't know. So I got this up, and I'm going to try to get through it. It's really with mixed feelings that come into conclusion being a trustee on the school board here. It's serving our community in this capacity has been an immense privilege, and I'm going to divert. I just know what we've done over the last several years is incredible. Coming out of COVID and all the obstacles and the barriers, even the tension that we've come to, and it's been a lot. I'm proud of the strides that we've made. I'm proud of the increasing our school police, bringing back the K-9 program, the capital projects that we've planned out for the next 10 to 15 years. I mean, we've done a heck of a lot. Increasing our staff pay and bringing on Superintendent Joe. You know, that's going to be your name. I'm going to name you after that one. So, these achievements are it's a testament to what we can do. We all come from different backgrounds, different beliefs, different principles, and I believe that this board is seriously exemplary to this region. And I also want to thank our staff, our teachers, administrators, our bus drivers, everyone. The work you guys do every day for our students, you know, and I'll make this personal for my children, it is phenomenal. So while I know I'm leaving this seat, my advocacy for education is not going to go away. You guys have an ally. That's all I can say is you guys have bring another ally to a different seat. I'm still going to be loud and proud. I'm going to be crashing your guys' school visits and graduations from time to time. But I definitely know that with this board and with our superintendent, I can leave knowing that our students and our staff and our schools are in the best hands possible. So I just want to thank my colleagues. I want to thank the staff. I want to thank our public even. You know, I mean, you guys you showed me a lot of different points of views. I've had some actually really hearty, good conversations. So I just wanted to thank everybody, and I see you from a different dais. So thank you.
All right, JJ, before we start my time, I'm going to get the pictures up. So I will also start with the congratulations train for Trustee Nicolette and then also for Clerk Rodriguez. Excited to continue to serve with you and excited to see your next chapter. I did not know you from the day I met you when I walked in here, and you have become someone incredibly dear to me. I respect you. You have a very strong voice, and I'm going to miss you so very much. Wanted to congratulate the school district for having 7 of Nevada's top 25 high schools, which follows the announcement of us having 5 of the top 10 elementary schools in the state. For schools I visited Vaughn Middle School, Veterans Elementary, Anderson Elementary, Smithridge STEM Academy. I also attended Roy Gomm's Fall Open House. And I truly enjoyed the librarian's celebration with Trustee Westlake. We surprised them with a catered lunch and some kind words out of respect for the incredibly important role that our librarians have and the importance to access to books and literature. And so we were really grateful for that. Bless you. I also attended a parent-faculty meeting with the Jesse Beck community, and also had a meeting regarding the Gwynn Center's incredible new report on student funding. That brings me to my first picture, which is Construction Career Day. Commissioner Andriola honored our board and district with a proclamation on behalf of the county commission, so we thank them for that. We had a record number of students attending this year's Construction Career Day. The next picture that we have is from the Council of Great City Schools Conference in Dallas, Texas. So COO Adam Searcy presented on WC1 and the facilities modernization plan to an absolutely packed house. He was a star after that. People kept coming up to him at the lunch saying that he had the best session up till that point. And that was good because the immediate session after that was also another district presentation. Tracy Sirigoli, she's a social worker here, presented with her daughter Avery. She was class of 24. On student voice, mental health, and how students are building learning programs on LGBTQ plus issues. So point of pride. Picture 3 is a federal convening. So Superintendent Ernst and I were invited along with Alex Marks from the NSCA. We were the only school district in America invited to participate with this federal convening of education experts, and specifically we were talking about time for 20. The way that we were able to stop the oppositionality with the employees that we serve, work with their associations, talk to the state, and then do the incredible thing, which was literally what we promised to do with the money, because it is one thing to ask for the money, it is another thing to do what you promised to do with it. The final thing for picture 4 is not even of me. This is a photo of what Dr. Diane Nicolette was just talking about. I was at SWOPE for their annual Veterans Day ceremony, and this is a picture of Dr. Di, her husband Mark, accepting the award on behalf of Tyson as well. So thank you so much, and happy Veterans Day. All right. That closes item 4.02 and brings us now to item 4.03, the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Smith. I'll join the celebration train as well. Congratulations and the very best endeavors to what's in front of you. We appreciate all the advocacy for education. We tried to do something a little bit different this time. I figured if we put a picture of Astro up there, it couldn't help but make everybody smile, and so we thought that that was a good place to start. Thanks to our amazing Chief of Communications, Mrs. Anderson. Astro turned 3 years old, and we had a little dance party over at Glen Duncan, and if you look real carefully, you can see him moving his leg, and that gives you a sense. Moving forward, you can see Spanish Springs. We just tried to recognize some of the exemplary happenings within our district. Spanish Springs High School girls tennis team won the state championship. So kudos, that is quite an accomplishment. The competition is very heavy, and so congratulations to them. That's a great accomplishment. Our JROTC cadets from Reno, Galena, and Spanish Springs High Schools brought home honors from the from a national competition at Fort Knox, Kentucky. Again, a big congratulations to them. There was you can see that picture as well. This is one of our star students, Peyton Miller. He's one of 20 athletes invited to attend the USA Triathlon Youth Development Select Camp at the United States Performance Center in North Carolina. So kudos to Peyton. Schools from across Washoe County School District celebrated a Day of the Dead this past week. The photos you see are celebrations from Smithridge, Hers, Worcester High School. Students had the opportunity to learn about and honor Hispanic culture through these hands-on activities and celebrations. UNR Athletics. You can see that as we kind of move through some of those pictures. UNR Athletics had a group of cheerleaders and mascots visit Jaywood Ross, Smithridge Elementary School last Friday to present them with the UNR flag to hang in the front of their school. Through the generous support of EDON, all schools in WCSD can now receive that flag and hang it at their school, of course knowing that they're a great supporter of our students. And then the last couple here, congratulations to Smithridge Elementary School Deep Sea Explorers for winning the first place in the first Lego League Challenge in the Innovation Project portion and qualifying for the championship tournament. And then we continue to wait at the edge of our seats because high school football is coming down to the wire. And congratulations to Galena, Damani Ranch, and the Reed Raiders for their wins this past weekend. Some really good games and making their way to the playoffs. We wish all the best of luck. Play hard, have fun, and be safe, and just a nice honoring to our students and the great things that are happening in WCSD.
Thank you. All right, that closes item 4.03 and section 4 in its entirety. And brings us now to item 5.02. We're going to go back to section 5. The announcement of our next meeting, which is going to be Tuesday, November 26, 2024. And then now, item 5.03, adjournment at 5:58 p.m. Thank you.